All right, Magic Nation, let's go over a few things today. Aaron Hall denies Luke introduced him to his baby mother, Gloria Velez. So,
how's everybody doing tonight? If you can hear me good, go ahead and hit DJ. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me okay. On the 1s and 2s for you, this is DJ Torch coming straight at you right here at the Live Empowerment Network. I'm going to play a little bit of PrettyBlaqmagick for you. Remember to like and subscribe her channel. That's PrettyBlaqmagick. Here we go.
Another preference has come out, and she said, yeah, Luther Campbell from the Two Live crew, he knew that I was underage, and they were grooming me to be with these men in the industry. Everybody knew I was 16. So
another degenerate, folks. I'm afraid so. Here we go.
Recently on her Instagram, she had posted her photo. She was saying that they knew I was 16. You can see here's my ID. In 1994, I was a kid. Them niggas knew, they didn't care. Aaron Hall jumped up there and said, yeah, I grabbed her and I just snatched her up, no question asked, and I fucked her. Next thing you know, she has my name tatted on her. And Cassie came out and said the same thing. These niggas are violent, they're brutal, they will sexually assault you, they own you. And well, you can hear it out of Aaron Hall's own mouth. And then in a minute, I will play Luke Campbell's his story, because he's telling the girl, hey, if you keep talking, I'm going to hit you with a defamation suit, because right now these niggas are shook. They are running scared. And they said, uh-oh, I hope my name don't come up in this pedo conversation. I didn't do anything. I didn't know the girl was 16. I didn't ask any questions. So these niggas love running their mouth to DJ Vlad, and he has all the evidence against them. Let's listen.
Luke said that he introduced you to Gloria Velez.
Luke didn't introduce me to no Gloria Velez. We can call Luke right now. You know what I mean? He said it in an interview a while ago.
Look what I'm saying to you. She was standing up with a Jamaican rapper named Mad Lion. Okay, I know who that is. Big Pun, Fat Joe, Method Man, like whoever you speak to, just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed the hand, went upstairs and fucked her. Luke didn't never fucking introduce me to anybody in his life. I love Luke to death.
He just had on.
But can't nobody look? The reason why he's saying he introduced me to, because it's a good thing to say, okay, I introduced Aaron Hall to this girl. I took her. Me and Gloria's cool.
Okay, let me pause it right there for 1 second. You know what I find interesting is that you can see the priority these men have. And what's really more interesting, though, is the fact of the matter is this is exactly the behavior that Cynthia G was talking about. And now it's on full display. Well, it's not the whole Black male community. Unfortunately, it's a large portion and a large portion of our role models. And what's funny is a lot of men will say, well, that we didn't call him a role model. When I mentioned Future and I mentioned all these other people, they aren't calling Future a simp. Okay? They aren't calling Diddy a simp. They aren't calling, DJ Academics is, well, yeah, they are, man. Okay, so anyway, Kuba, but you see where I'm going with this. These are men that are been detrimental to the community, and they're good with them. They're perfectly fine. Let me keep it going.
We got cool in 2 weeks. You feel me? I'm a boss. I ain't gonna argue with you about no shit, and you an umbilical cord, bitch. You fucking.
Do you hear this language?
35.
Now I can see why. Now I can see why the majority of the manosphere calls men like Denzel, and they do call him a simp. How they call Will Smith a simp, or they'll call, all these guys who don't use expletives normally, they call simps. That's what's going on. That's the weird thing, is I just figured that out. That's why they do it. Because if you don't have a gutter mouth, you must be a simp. That seems to be the one common denominator on calling somebody a simp, is if they come off square. And it's funny how the manosphere, they like to say, oh yeah, see, women don't like the squares. Well, you guys don't like the squares either. Let me play some more.
36 years old. I'm not going to disrespect you, but I'm a boss motherfucker. And I love my son, so I ain't going to break probation by fucking with you and not being able to speak to him again. Right. You feel what I'm saying? Right. But when I speak to a nigga that got dick and balls, he can never say introduce me to no bitch. Nobody ain't never introduced me to a bitch in their life. I wish they did. The thing is that you can ask Glory.
Does he sound like a man who really is going to treat women well? No. It doesn't, and the result is the same. But you want to know something? This is exactly how Obsidian sounds. This is exactly how Kevin Samuels sounded. This is exactly how Poor Man Podcast sound. This is exactly how a lot of the Manosphere dudes sound. They sound this vulgar and then wonder why they're not getting the respect they want. That is the weird part. That is the weird part about these dudes. Let me play some more.
Though. It has nothing to do with me. I don't like talking about no man.
Well, we both Adam first. You know something? I just remembered that Gloria had tattooed Aaron's right above her.
In black, red, and green.
Right above her vagina.
Right above it with a parenthesis with an S.
Right.
Aaron's.
It belongs to.
Look. When I saw her, she was dancing with Luke and them. I didn't know she was a puppy. You know what I mean? That's right. She was tall. She was big, blonde hair, boom.
Oh my God, he's literally admitting that he did. I mean, Steve.
Black pant leather. I was like, I'm getting that. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows I couldn't even really speak then. I had a speech impediment. I don't stutter anymore. Mm-hmm. So I just went there and just grabbed her hand and went inside the hotel and gave it to her. You feel me? So she gonna say Luke is lying. You feel me? Because I don't lie on my dick. You feel what I'm saying? My mother was Puerto Rican from Ponce. So when I see anybody that's Spanish, I'm gonna grab them. Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna ask if you holding the hand on loose and you holding a conversation with a nigga.
This is a man who is in his 50s. He sounds like a straight up pimp.
Preach. I'm gonna take your bitch. She chose up already.
See what I mean?
Now, if she want to go renegade, bitch.
At what point did she get the tattoo?
3 days after I fucked her.
3 days.
3 whole days. If anybody can do that shit, I don't care if you was married. I don't care if you was engaged, if your anniversary. If your bitch did that shit, then I'll stop singing I Miss You. But my whole thing is this, is that I love Gloria to death because she gave me a beautiful son. Right. You feel what I'm saying? Right. So my whole thing is that I want to make sure that it's right. I love my son, Aaron Robin Hall IV, to death. I ain't seen him in 15 years, but I love him to death. We talk.
Did you hear what he just said? Let me play that over again.
Was engaged, if your anniversary, if your bitch did that shit, then I'll stop singing I Miss You. But my whole thing is this, is that I love Gloria to death because she gave me a beautiful son. Right. You feel what I'm saying? Right. So my whole thing is that I want to make sure that it's right. I love my son, Aaron Robin Hall IV, to death. I ain't seen him in 15 years, but I love him to death.
Ain't seen him for 15 years. I love my son to death. I ain't seen him for 15 years, but I love him to death. That's exactly what Aaron Hall said. Is that something or is that something?
We talk all the time. Gloria didn't do no bad thing to me. I thought she was older. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes I see a puppy on the field when I'm doing dog training. I think it's a year old or 2 years old, and it'd be like 8 months. So I don't know. Yeah. So when I saw her, everybody was trying to get at her. Right. Why y'all scared of her? I took her. I couldn't even talk. I had a speech impediment. Ask her.
Yeah, because they didn't.
So you heard that. I saw her and I took her. Yeah, my mama Puerto Rican, so anytime I see somebody Spanish, I grab them. I
Gold reflection breaks it down. Surprised he knows his name. Yeah, exactly. Surprised he knows his son's name. Yeah.
told you these dark skinned niggas are obsessed with anything with light skin and straight hair, European features, anything that ain't black. So there he is sitting next to this pimp, this bottom of the barrel pimp. You know who he is. Bishop Magic Don Juan. I have heard stories about this fool. I have seen him in many documentaries, and he's proud to be a pimp. And we all know in the black community, they praise the pimps. Back in the day, they used to have something called number runners. That was like the dude who ran the illegal lottery type stuff. You see it on some of those old movies, you know. I done talked to enough old ladies from back in the day, and I said, well, what the hell is a numbers runner? She said, oh, every neighborhood had one. Since it was so hard to hit the regular lottery, you had a better chance at hitting the numbers. You know, they would call it, oh, I hit the numbers, my numbers come up. So they admired the pimps, the number runners, the drug dealers. You know, they used to call it the pusher man, because that dude was looking good, living large. He had all the designer clothes. He had a real nice apartment, drove a nice Cadillac, kind of like in Superfly. You had dudes who looked like Superfly in the Mac, and the young boys, they would admire that. So they wanted to grow up to be like this here on my screen. But we all know what pimps do. They use women, they abuse women, they exploit them, they jump on them, they beat them half to death. And that's how they get their money. It's funny how black males say women and black women have no value, but they will use you for a place to stay. They will use you for sex, food, money, use your car. And if they find somebody who is vulnerable enough, they will put you out there in the street corner and pimp you. What?
Yep. This is Pretty Black Magic breaking it down for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe on our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe here as well. I'd like to kick some shout outs out of the way. In the house, Phoenix Soul, Gold Reflection, Miss RV, Golden Lady, Fiona, Indiana Mom, Eat Pray Yoga, Detractor, and everybody up in the clouds. Let's keep this going. Karen Ridgway as well. Let's keep this going. This is Pretty Black Magic.
Why don't they get other black males and pimp out their pussy and get paid off of that? I drive around quite a bit, and in LA, certain parts of town, you see a bunch of women out there selling their bodies. Not too many men, but you see the women. And if you pay attention close enough, every now and then you'll see a pimp pop up out of nowhere, smack up a girl, snatch up a girl. And I have seen this shit before, and I was like, wow, if they all got up and left, he wouldn't make any money. He wouldn't make any money, but never mind. I'll save that speech for another day. So I told you about the dark-skinned kings. I told you, you got to be careful of dark-skinned Tyrone. These niggas are toxic as fuck. They're abusive as fuck. And this is how they treat their preferences, because here in LA, you hear the kings say all the time, boy, you need to get you a Latin woman, get you a Mexican woman. They'll ride or die. She'll pop up them babies. She'll wash, cook, clean, iron. You can do anything you want to her, and she'll stick by your side. That's what it basically comes down to. Black males don't want a good woman. They want a slave. That's why they keep hollering about submission. Oh, black women not submissive enough. So even when these preferences are submissive, this young lady, I came across another video. She said, Aaron Hall whooped her ass. Cassie got her ass whooped. That girl said her eye was closed shut. Aaron Hall put hands and feet on her more than once. Matter of fact, I believe he did a year in jail in Rikers Island for whooping her ass. So these Negroes here, you see what he said. Well, you know, I got a son. I ain't seen him in 15 years, but I love my son to death. And on another interview, she said, Aaron Hall, he never done nothing for me. I didn't get no money out the deal. He was a deadbeat dad. Long story short, a lot of these preferences, especially these non-black ones, they pass them around. They pass you from one rapper. You heard what he said. She was dating a rapper called Mad Lion. For those who remember the 90s, there was a Jamaican rapper named Mad Lion, and he had a song. He had a couple of songs out that were, you know, really big on the radio.
Remember, and Mad Lion, yeah, I remember he was big back then. What was dun? Well, what's that? Take it easy. Take it easy. That was a jam. It was a jam. Now he turned out to be a creep, but it was still a jam.
And when you see these women with these men, don't get mad, don't get jealous. just remind yourself, she's getting the same black man. She's getting the same nigga. So the Kangs, they quit to say, well, y'all jealous of them white women. Y'all jealous of them white women. Y'all jealous of Erica Mena. Oh, no, I'm not boo-boo. I'm not jealous of having babies, getting my ass whooped, getting jumped on, being sexually exploited. I mean, who the fuck wants to have sex with male prostitutes while these niggas film? I mean, they do some weird shit. And Aaron Hall, out of his own mouth, had said, yeah, Puffy and them seen me. They know what it is. They know what my what looks like. They see me. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that video right quick. Just give me a minute.
Oh shit, this is gonna get crazy. Yeah, he actually brags about Puffy and them seeing his. You'll see. You got to hear this.
So Luther Campbell, like I said, he done jumped in the mix and he's trying to clear his name. You know, he don't want to be seen. Up here it is. Let me play this one. They have all seen me fuck. So this was from 9 years ago. This was 9 years.
You can see it. Aaron Hall. You can see what it was with Puffy and Jodeci. They all seen me F. That's all these dudes think about. And they wonder why women aren't, black women aren't like feeling them. You know, if somebody came after, if you started being, you heard Aaron Hall. Now, here's the thing I need to explain. And this is very important. You heard how Aaron Hall speaks. He speaks literally like a gutter pimp. Not a pimp, but a gutter pimp. Let me find out how old this dude is. Hold on, I want to be factual here. Aaron Hall age. This dude's damn near my age. He's nearly 60, talking like a pimp. Look at that. Look at that. A 60-year-old man is supposed to have wherewithal, knowledge, class. Aaron ain't got none of that. Ain't got nothing. Man, I mean, it was bad enough that the hip hop artist said, well, he was in hip hop. So let's just listen to more. Let's have PrettyBlaqmagick break it down some more for us.
Years ago. So DJ Vlad is re-releasing a lot of these videos from a long time ago. So let's listen to this right here.
Can no bitch out there say that she handled my shit? My father's a pastor, so my whole thing is that my grandfather being a pimp.
His father is a pastor, or was, or is, or whatever. Wow, and he sounds like this.
It's just like I'm third generation Aaron Hall III. My father's is Aaron Hall Jr. He's a pastor, so I just skipped over it like checkers. And my whole thing is that if you never heard a girl say that no fucked up trick shit about Aaron Hall, then you understand that Let's Chill shit is some real shit.
So that was basically like from some life experience?
Now, my whole thing is that I just think that girls think that a whole lot of guys, run after they shit. You know what I mean?
Talk to me. You can say what you want on there.
A whole lot of girls out there with the umbilical cords, them young 1970s, 1980s bitches. Yeah. You know what I mean? They try to go up there with the...
Do you hear him? Do you hear him? He sounds like a gutter pimp. And this is where I get to the point that the Manosphere men, you got to listen to this. If you want a classy woman, you have to be a classy man. You have to match their energy. Okay, if you want to sound like this gutter pimp here, or many gutter pimps that are here all over the Manosphere and on other channels, cussing, vulgar, disrespectful to women, but then they make an excuse. Well, I didn't mean I was just being disrespectful to her. But then they disrespect another woman, and then they say the same thing. Well, I was just disrespectful to her. Before you know it, they've been disrespectful to 20 women. Gutter pimping. Gutter pimping. That's all Aaron Hall is doing right now. He is gutter pimping. Aaron Hall, that's all he is. He is a gutter pimp. All that talent gone to waste on a gutter pimp. New Diamond breaks it down like this. I've met a few 60-year-olds, black men told me that I'm supposed to help build him. What? At age 60? What the fuck? Ninja, you got to be confused. I hear that, New Diamond. With your mama, who obviously failed, your pappy did too. Yep. I mean, New Diamond, I don't know what it is. When you get into your 60s, you're supposed to have a level of maturity in class. And to hear Aaron Hall, who I used to respect before I found out about him, sound like a gutter pimp. Fellas, you want me to respect somebody like this? And then if I don't respect this man, this gutter pimp,
fresh out the pussy shit and
that's you want me to respect that. And then you get mad at me and you say I'm bashing black men. Okay? You say I'm bashing black men, but I'm supposed to respect this guy here. Listen again. I want you to listen what this guy sounds like.
I think they can get like a nigga like Aaron Hall. I'm historical dick.
Yeah.
They fuck with me.
That's right. That's right.
If they fuck with me, it's a big dick. Everybody know my son's mother. Everybody knows.
I'm supposed to respect that. You want me to defend that. You guys, you do. You do. You told me to. You got mad at me because I wouldn't respect men like this. You quit bashing black men. This is a ghetto pimp. This ain't a black man.
Oh, that shit. So
yeah, that's glory, man. Tell them about it.
So when you put errands on it, when you fuck a bitch for 3 days and take the bitch hand and take him out of the man's hand, then you are a retired pimp.
Yeah.
You want me to respect that? This is where we get into the part where you're supposed to choose better, fellas. Those are the role models. I got a whole list. But first, I want to kick a shout out to Prism. $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Prism. High Cloud watches, just passing through. I mean, think about it. You want me, let me put my little screen up. You want me, you tell me not to bash black men. Right? But you want to make this motherfucker right here a role model. Listen.
But at the time, as soon as I came to South Beach, I just grabbed her, and she'll tell you the same story. I just grabbed her and fucked her for 3 days. Then Aaron's got on her pussy with an apostrophe S.
Yeah.
It's like it's Aaron.
I mean, it was
3
like
colors on it.
Yeah.
You want me to respect that? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Oh, DJ Torch, why you be bashing black men all the time? What do they do to you? I'm just hitting. You know what you're mad about? You know what you're all mad about? That I pressed play and the truth came out. I press play. I'm a DJ. That's what I do. I put the record to the needle and let the music do the rest. Here, listen to the music. Listen to it. Here we go.
Yeah, crazy glue.
And my whole thing is this, is that if niggas can't handle me, I'm not gonna never let them get my last name. If you can't handle my dick, you ain't getting my last name. So I've been single for 50 years.
All right, now.
A whole lot of niggas out there, from Jamie Foxx to like Denzel Washington to whoever. Everybody know me.
Yeah.
So everybody know if I say it, I'm gonna fuck it to death. I like the fucking public, you feel me?
Yeah.
So niggas can't say nothing about it. Them square ass niggas, them precious cake little dick niggas.
Yeah.
I like for them niggas to see how I fuck. Like, if you speak to Jodeci or Puffy or any of them niggas, they been at my house. They all see me fuck. They all.
I don't think I'm gonna get. I don't think this video is gonna get high up into the algorithm. I just have a feeling it won't. I would have to do some serious editing to get rid of it. That's Aaron Hall. Remember, this is a guy who's been an entertainer for like 40 years and shit, talking like that about women. And you know what's funny? There's a lot of men in this space that sound just like he do. And they expect to be respected. Yeah, these 60+ men are the worst because it's over for them. Yep. They actually consider themselves desirable. Yep. He's reminiscing in pimp talk. He's literally reminiscing in pimp talk. That's the crazy part. Listen to him. We could do this all night. The thing is this is a problem our community has, is we respect too many men like this. Listen to him.
I know I'm a big nigga.
Yeah.
If a bitch touch my dick and she say my dick is small, then she's a lying bitch.
Yeah.
Tell her to name the tattoo that's on my rib that says warning. You get this dick, I'm fucking you up. The thing is, a whole lot of niggas write about taking girls out to shop.
Yeah, you're right. Golden Lady breaks it down like this. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson broke this down. These dudes who like to run trains, have sex in front of their friends, are low-key GAY. Yep. Yep. I don't even know if it's really being GAY as much as being emotionally damaged so badly that they will pretty much hammer anything that breathes. You know. Yeah. And that's why I got to bring up this clip right here. I got to play this clip right here.
We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women are not showing us. I don't care what they say. What are the women showing?
You know what I mean? You know, then they want to get down like this. You see what I mean? I'm telling you, listen.
Taking girls to fly to Dubai and all that shit. Yeah. Bitch, close your eyes, we anywhere. You feel me? And my whole thing is this. Is that
talk about it.
If you can handle my dick and you can make me still be Aaron Hall without fucking grabbing off your mouth, then I'll take you anywhere. Other than that shit, you back home, bitch.
I'm supposed to respect him. That's what the manosphere is demanding I do. I'm supposed to respect that. And they want me to respect this dude.
We need to start advocating for men who want to be with men. I understand the impulse, brothers. I do. But our women are not showing us. I don't care what they say. What are the women showing?
You see what I mean? Indiana Mom breaks it down just like this. The way they talk about women is so disgusting. I still can't understand why they believe everyone should respect them at all. The talk and behavior makes them the laughingstock of the planet. Fools. Yeah, exactly. I call it they're losing. That's how one loses cultural leverage, is when you act in a way that loses respect amongst other groups or races of men. That is what's going down right now. So the only groups of men that are respect this man are other men that are just as disgusting. We see this happening a lot, and that's what makes the manosphere. You have disgusting man after disgusting man in most genres. I will say there are a few genres that are self-building, building yourself as a man genres. But for the most part, as you can see, most of them focus only on disrespect, vulgarity, sex, control, and whatever a sociopath would think. I'm not saying they're sociopaths, but what I am going to say is that a lot of them might think like one. And there's a considerable option that they might actually be one, or they respect sociopaths. Let me read my list of people they respect. This is why I am going to have and say, this is my, you should have chose better, but it's not for Black women, it's for Black men, because these are the men you guys respect. I'm going to read the list right now. Chris Brown, L.A. Reid, Diddy, and literally every male in the camp. Okay, Joe Budden, Cuba Gooding Jr., DJ Academics, Future, Nature Boy, Charlemagne, Jamie Foxx. Quite possibly, I'll give him a little break. Jeezy, Andrew Tate, Mystikal, Kevin Samuels. You see where I'm going with this? What's the pattern here? I'm going to be very nice. Very nice. Let's just say they have a stormy past in reference to interacting with women and in many cases men as well. A very stormy past. But you guys want me to respect these men that make it a point on putting hands on everybody. Let me get some more shout outs out of the way. Indiana Mom is in the house. Feisty Black Tina is in the house. King Lucifer is in the house. New Diamond is in the house. Miss RV is in the house. Guido Ward is in the house. Phoenix Soul is in the house. Golden Lady is in the house. Prism is in the house. Karen Ridgway is in the house. Eat, Pray, Yoga is in the house. Golden Reflection is in the house. We got a lot of people up in the house. If I missed your name, just put a 1 in the chat and I'll make sure I get a shout out to you. I mean, you got to see what's going on here. You really want me to respect these people? Let me name some people that these men, okay, either call simps or don't even mention at all. Welcome, Hazel. Welcome, H.T. Baldwin. Let me name some of these people here. Josh Dobbs, quarterback and rocket scientist. They have no love for him. Russell Wilson, they have no love for him. Denzel Washington, they mention him from time to time, but how many Denzel Washington videos do you see the Manosphere play? Marquise Brownlee, we went over him before. Nope, they don't have no love for him. They make an excuse, well, he's in technology. So the F should you be? You should be in technology. Lamar Jackson, believe it or not, I think they like Lamar Jackson, but he's too successful for them. CJ Stroud, from the bottom and came out of it one of the top quarterbacks after his father was sent to prison for hands and feet. But he built himself up into a respectable young man, leader of a football team. They should have jumped on this. You know who they chose, though? You know who they chose? I'll tell you who they chose. They chose Austin Holloman. MTR. Poor Man's Podcast. These men in the Manosphere chose those losers. You can't say, well, those guys are, they're CJ Stroud, he had the hardest time. A lot of men who built themselves up had a really hard time. Why not? You can strive to be Josh Dobbs, rocket scientist, and quarterback. That's deep. No, you guys don't. They don't want to do that. They do not want to do that. No. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. They want pimps. They want traffickers. They want to respect pimps, traffickers, exploiters, misogynists. They have more respect for Mystikal than they do Russell Wilson, and Mystikal's in prison. King Lucifer breaks it down. Got to throw the mayor of NYC in there as well. Yep. He's recently been, yep. Him too. He was probably at the, you know something, King? He was probably one of the ones at them Diddy parties. And then I heard Diddy was in the mix with, what's his name? The guy who went to prison and then he hung himself, deleted himself. What was his name? Epstein or whatever his name was. Spicy breaks it down like this. And he was hanging with a famous pimp, Don Juan, admitting to this. Yeah, admitting to it. That's the crazy thing. Indiana Mom breaks it down like this. Thank goodness I was raised in the burbs. This is an embarrassing look for all Black people. Yeah, it is embarrassing. I'm deeply embarrassed myself. And that's another thing. It's like these men, they want us to respect them, but they want to be able to behave like this. It's like, wait, no way. No, Here is going to be one of the weirdest thing I'm ever going to say. Respectable Black men, you need to also divest from gutterdom, whatever, from Blackistan. Respectable Black men, you need to divest as well. Not so much as racially away from women. No. We need to divest into a different, it's like, hey, look, they got the same skin color and they might even have the same heritage, but I don't know that nigga. I don't know who he is. Welcome, Hazel. I don't know who he is. I don't know that guy. You know the dude bragging about being a pimp. And the highlight of his life was sleeping with a 16-year-old? No, I don't know, dude. No, I don't know, dude.
Now, did you hear that? And did you hear the girl laughing in the background? So this is what the Kings brag about, their BBC. They own nothing, they have nothing, they don't create nothing. And Aaron Hall, well, he looks a mess. So thank God for these preferences, because they
Aaron Hall is not a decent looking guy at all. I will give it to him that he does dress pretty decent. I'll give him that much, but he's not physically, I mean, naturally, he's not a good looking guy. I mean, he's older, so I can understand. New Diamond breaks it down like this. That's why they wandered for 40 years in the wilderness following the Kings, knowing you've seen the same hill, same rock, and nobody said nothing. Yep. Just wandered more. Yep. H.C. Baldwin says, the big part of the problem is collective of Black DGAF, how other groups see them. Yep. Not giving a damn. See, the thing is that if you want respect, you have to be respectable. If you want a good image, you have to make the image good. You can't go doing demonic-ish like Diddy, L.A. Reid, Cuba Gooding, Academics, Future, Nature Boy. You can't do the bill of respect will come due. Sooner or later. You want me to respect these people? These are people that I've seen you guys raise up. Hell, Future was hanging out with Kevin Samuels. You want me to hang out with them? No, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. So all the decent men out there who truly, really have no problem with Russell or Denzel or Josh Dobbs or Marquise Brownlee, we need to divest. We need to get out. We need to divest too. We need to divest too. I don't want to be in that culture. This culture here.
And these booger bears off our hands. So next time you see one of them feisty Latinos with a black man, just say to yourself, I wonder what kind of abuse she's.
This man right here, you want me to be in the mix with somebody like
father being a pimp. It's just like I'm third generation Aaron Hall III. My father's is Aaron Hall Jr. He's a pastor, so I just skipped over it like checkers. And the whole thing is that if you never heard a girl say that no fucked up trick shit about Aaron Hall, then you understand that let's chill shit is some real shit.
So that
you want me? Nope. I don't know who that dude is. I ain't a part of that. Nope. Ain't me. In the house, kittens in caskets. Mr. DJ Music, Quita Ward, Eat, Pray, Yoga. Everybody's in MSRV. Oya Terminador Negro is in the house. He does look the he does. Camo, he did not get blessed with age. Some people they age gracefully, not him. Not him. Not in the least bit. So back to what I was saying. Number one, for those, my advice to black men, since you want me to give you, first of all, if your advice to me is not to bash black men, I don't. But I do bash bandits. I do bash bandits. If you happen to be one, there's nothing I can do about that. If you're disrespecting black women, disrespecting other people, doing criminal shit, sorry, got to say it. You're doing criminal stuff. You're doing Aaron Hall type of stuff. You're doing Diddy's. You're doing Chris Brown. You support Chris Brown. You know, you think what they did is not a big deal. I'm a bandit basher, not a black man basher. I'm a bandit basher. If you fit, hey, a hit dog hollers. A hit dog hollers. Yup. A hit dog hollers. Check this out real quick. Check this out. These are the role models. I heard people giving this man, the next man on the stage, a lot of respect.
In state news, a rapper was booked into the Ascension Parish Jail after deputies responded to a call about a sexual assault case. 51-year-old Michael Tyler, also known as Mystikal, was arrested on multiple charges, including first-degree rape and domestic abuse battery.
Okay, you can't even say, oh, well, he was young. You can't even say that. He's 51.
Danger. A rapper known for his bars is behind bars this morning. Ascension Parish deputies arrested Michael Tyler, also known as Mystikal. He's facing several charges, including first-degree rape, domestic abuse, battery, and false imprisonment.
Rapper Mystikal is like a magnet for legal trouble. He's back in the headlines again for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman.
And then there was another altercation that also happened in 2017. So this is the third thing that has happened to him regarding all that.
Michael Lawrence Tyler was born on September 22nd, 1970, in New Orleans. Growing up in a single-parent household with his mom, older sister Michelle, and younger brother Maurice, Mystikal faced challenges early in life. His father passed away when he was just 7 due to complications from a blood clot. Despite the financial struggles, Mystikal and his siblings felt loved and cared for by their mother, Marie Tyler. She kept them away from a life of crime and consistently encouraged them to excel in school and attend church. Despite the family's economic hardships, Mystikal didn't perceive himself as poor because his mother shielded him from that harsh reality. Mystikal attended Cohen High School, where he discovered his love
Shout out to Mr. DJ Music
for rapping. While he had been casually rapping for some time, it was in high school that he learned about the competitive nature of the art. One day, he was challenged by a fellow rapper in the hallway. This experience made him realize that, in addition to storytelling, boasting was a crucial element in the world of rap. Despite facing challenges, Mystikal began to make a name for himself in New Orleans. Interestingly, his initial recognition came not from rapping, but from breakdancing with a group called The Converse. Eventually, Mystikal's journey led him to connect with beats by the Pound producer KLC. As the popularity of dancing started to wane, Mystikal fully immersed himself in the world of rapping in New Orleans. KLC, who stood at the forefront as a producer and DJ for a local group called 39 Posse, recognized Mystikal's unique style and brought him into the studio to produce and record his early demo tapes. Despite his
Pause. 39 posse. What is the definition of posse? Let's clear that up. A body of men, typically armed, summoned by sheriff to enforce the law. That's not the same anymore. Anyway, the body of men, county, whom the sheriffs are summoned to enforce the law. Now, a group, here's another one, informal, a group of people who have common characteristic, occupation, or purpose. Unfortunately, that's where this is where they're going right here.
Growing interest in music, Mystikal decided to pursue further education after graduating from high school. However, as his rap career struggled to take off, he found himself wanting to contribute more productively. In a surprising turn, Mystikal made the decision to enlist in the United States Army. This marked a significant shift in his path as he ventured into the military while still holding on to his aspirations in the world of hip-hop.
Because I still wanted to do something productive. But I was tired of school. I was enough of that shit. Sick of this shit. I joined the military and go get me a BMW or something, you know. When I joined.
Around the time Mystikal left for the military, KLC and his group 39 Posse released an album titled 39 Automatic. Learning about this release became a pivotal moment for Mystikal, igniting his determination to pursue a career as a rapper.
As soon as I left, they made a record. I'm like, what the? I stopped shining my shoes. My uniform was wrinkled. Yeah, I knew it wasn't gonna last long.
After completing his service in the Army, Mystikal returned to New Orleans with a renewed mission to sustain his dream. To make ends meet, Mystikal worked at various places, including a stint as a security guard at a shopping center. Believing that KLC could help him turn his hobby into a career, Mystikal sought his assistance.
Let me pause right there. Mr. DJ Music breaks it down like this. As a DJ and radio station owner, some of the things I find out about these folks, good Lord, pedos, murder, essays, drugs, pins, I could go on, but I digress. Very well said, and it's painful. I mean, think about it. Most Jeezy was a DD, Jay-Z was a DD. I mean, I digress. Here we go.
Despite KLC's busy schedule with other hip-hop acts, he welcomed Mystikal back and promised to produce an album for him. However, before this could happen, KLC had to finish his work with 39 Posse and Magnolia Slim, later known as Soldier Slim. While awaiting his turn to work with KLC, Mystikal received a golden opportunity. He was invited to open an outdoor concert for Run DMC and Dougie Fresh at the Trem Center. Little did Mystikal know that Leroy Precise Edwards, the house producer and an executive for Big Boy Records, was in the audience. Mystikal's performance, featuring a song called I'm Not That N-Word alongside his sister on background vocals, impressed Edwards, earning them both a contract with Big Boy Records. Big Boy Records, also known as Boot Camp.
You are going to hear something very, very heartbreaking.
Click was a significant independent record label in New Orleans at the time. Mystikal and Big Boy Records began developing their relationship. Following the deal, Mystikal started working on his debut album, titled Mystikal, released on June 14, 1994. This marked a significant milestone for Mystikal, overcoming struggles to not only secure a record deal, but also release a full album. Unfortunately, Mystikal's celebration was short-lived. Just 3 months later, a tragedy occurred that would change his life forever. On his 24th birthday, September 22nd, 1994, Mystikal's world crumbled. He found his sister Michelle dead in her room, strangled and stabbed. She was wearing a shirt promoting Mystikal's song, I'm Not That N-Word, which made the tragedy even more painful.
Wait. She was killed.
Can you believe that? So his sister passed by, unfortunately, what seems to be natural causes. For a black woman back then. Let me keep it going.
in the house.
In the
with
house.
Other family members in the house at the same time.
Really, really big house, upstairs and down.
Michelle's boyfriend, Damian Neville, got arrested for her murder. Despite confessing initially, he later claimed the police forced the confession. During the trial, he suggested other criminals might be involved, and the jury found him not guilty due to a lack of evidence. Even though the jury acquitted Damian, Mystikal always believed he was guilty. The pain of losing his sister lingered, making it hard for him to celebrate his birthday for about 7 to 8 years. Michelle's death deeply affected Mystikal, and he dedicated a spoken-word tribute to her on his next album. Years later, Mystikal forgave Damian's family, showing a remarkable act of forgiveness for the tragedy that changed his life. After the tragic death of his sister, Mystikal channeled his emotions into his music. His album Mystikal, released before her passing, had already gained significant success, making it one of Big Boy's most successful albums. Local support caught the attention of New York's Jive Records, leading to a distribution.
I remember Jive Records. I think they did Africa Bambaataa as well. He turned out to be weird too.
They reissued Mystikal's debut with extra tracks as The Mind of Mystikal in October 1995. The album sold over 500,000 copies, received widespread radio play, and later earned gold certification. Mystikal found himself in conflict with fellow New Orleans rappers UNLV and the Bee Gees. They dissed him in tracks like Drag Him in the River and F Big Boy. In response, Mystikal showcased his skills with solid diss tracks Beware and Here I Go. As the rivalry between No Limit and Cash Money emerged, Mystikal, previously with Big Boy Records, chose to sign with Master P's No Limit in 1996. Besides rap, Mystikal shared a connection with Master P through personal tragedy, having lost his younger brother Kevin to a drug-related murder.
Okay, let me fast forward. I want to get to the point.
On July 18, 2002, Mystikal faced a devastating turn in his life. He, along with his two bodyguards, Mercy Carter and Leland Ellis, was arrested and charged with aggravated sexual assault and extortion.
There it is.
The allegations claim that they threatened to expose
Join the Diddy Club.
His former hairstylist for unauthorized check transactions unless she performed oral sex. The woman reported complying out of fear and detailed further sexual assaults. A videotape confiscated by the police substantiated the accusations. During the trial, Mystikal's lawyer negotiated reduced charges to sexual battery, avoiding a potential life sentence. In December 2002, Mystikal pleaded guilty to sexual battery and extortion, receiving a 6-year prison sentence. Additional probationary terms were imposed upon his release, including employment, substance abuse evaluation, and registering as a sex offender. Mystikal began his prison sentence in 2004, serving until 2010. Legal troubles persisted, with a federal charge for not paying income tax leading to a concurrent sentence. Despite being eligible for parole in 2010, new charges delayed his release. Mystikal eventually left prison on January 14, 2010. Upon release, he struggled to regain his momentum. His attempt to re-enter the music scene with tracks like I Don't Like You and collaborations with Lloyd didn't attract significant attention. In 2011, he signed with Cash Money Records, but his comeback was cut short when he faced another arrest in 2012 for domestic abuse battery. This led to a 3-month jail sentence.
Domestic abuse battery. Here we go.
For violating probation terms. Despite collaborating with notable artists and remaining signed with Cash Money, Mystikal's comeback was limited. He left Cash Money in 2014, citing creative differences. His troubles persisted, with another arrest in 2017 on charges of sexual assault.
Again, can you believe it? Can you believe it? You would think he would have some sort of empathy towards women since he, his sister, he had a sister, number one, and number two, the way she had to pass along. Nope, not a bit.
Charges were later dismissed due to lack of evidence. In July 2022, Mystikal faced another arrest in Louisiana, this time for charges including simple criminal damage to property, false imprisonment, domestic abuse battery, strangulation, simple robbery, and first-degree sexual assault. If found guilty, Mystikal could face life in prison
Strangulation. That's a hint. Keep it going.
once again. Mystikal's life journey is marked by both triumphs and setbacks. Rising from a challenging background, he achieved success in the late 90s rap scene. However, a series of legal troubles, including a significant arrest in 2002, derailed his career and led to a 6-year prison sentence. Despite attempts at a comeback, Mystikal faced subsequent legal challenges, underscoring the volatile nature of fame and the enduring consequences of personal choices.
Volatile nature of fame. His volatile nature.
His narrative serves as a cautionary reminder of the unpredictable trajectory in the world of music and the...
Let me pause it right there. You get the point. This is what we're dealing with. So, we've lost cultural leverage because nobody trusts us. So that's a problem. We don't respect the right male role models. Again, we could have put Denzel in this. I mean, the Black Manosphere should be men at the very least of Denzel's stature, right? Nope. You guys you ain't saying much about Denzel. You shame Russell for the likes of Angry Man and Anton Daniels. A real a man who is actually literally really rich for two ghetto rich dudes, if they're that. That's what's weird to me. You could have had the same energy for Denzel as you did for Kevin Samuels. One's a hardworking, God-fearing actor, epic icon, respected amongst all cultures of people, versus a man that literally avoided paying child support for 11 years. And showed a history of being abusive to women, whether it be verbal or physical, like was explained about him and his daughter. Nope. Again, choose better, fellas. Got to choose better. You must choose better. You must choose better. New Diamond breaks it down like this. They forget they are not kings. So they become famous, and instead of living respectable lives, they become demons, or it was already there and they purposely use their wealth for evil instead. Trey says this, wow. We always crucify brothers just because they say so. He is you ladies, he is you ladies, brothers in your family. They party with little girls also. Ask your mothers. Not sure the point. The Black women curse more than any other on the planet. Abusive language. No. That's not true. I'm sure you can find some Black women that curse the most or curse a lot. But if we were to break it down in percentages, you would clearly see that not to be true. The reason why is because, well, you heard Aaron Hall. How about that? We can start with Aaron Hall, but it's just not true. You would have to go to a certain small area in certain hoods for a woman. No, it's not even going to work. It just doesn't work. I can't make that work, bro. Trey, it's not true. You just heard Aaron Hall, and he wasn't even trying to talk. Usually, that's just how he talks. He cusses. He talks in Cassian. So 1% to 2%. What do you mean? Not a big difference. No, I'm talking about if you were to compare how much black women cuss versus black men, it's probably more like a 70% difference. 1% to 2%. No, I don't know where you live, but no. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going right now. Let's see what Two Live Crew has to say.
Hey, check it out. It's a DJ Screen representing for Hood Rich Radio, and you're now in tune to all Urban Central is going down.
I just learned what the grooming means. I don't even know what the grooming means. Grooming is grooming. They had to explain that to me.
Okay, you see my point? Trey, I didn't even, you see my point here. I just put him up. This man is, I mean, he's my age. Okay, number one, he's my age, number one. Number two, I could see him if he was like maybe in his 20s, early 30s, cussing like this. This dude is my age, cussing like a sailor, as they put it.
I got the right one. I don't have no problem going to court. I'm not Russell Simmons. I'm not them other people. I don't do that. I know my brand. My brand is Luke. Hey, we want some face down up. That's what like me so horny. The problem is when you know your brand and you know what you're singing about, you subject yourself to be in that kind of trap faster. So what you have to do is really not be about what those songs is talking about, because you could get yourself jammed up.
Keep listening.
I video everything. Everybody sign releases. I do shows. Ain't no underage people be doing no show with me. I fire girls. You get caught. I have chaperone for the girls.
You heard him. See, here's the pattern. I mean, think about it. What is the most influential thing in the Black community? What's the most influential thing? I want everybody to try to answer that in the chat. What do you think is the most influential thing in the Black community? Let's start with that. I'll wait a minute while I kind of play, look through some stuff. What is the most influential thing in the Black community? Trey, we. That's a good point. Okay, so weed is one. We got one for weed. Pimps. Weed says they're pimps. Okay. Most influential things in the Black community. Let's keep going. Yeah, he did. That's true. Trump did just have to pay out some SA charges. He sure did. Knock off. Knock off clothes. That was funny. Yeah. I'm gonna drop the link just in case somebody wants to come up and chat. Okay, so we have rappers, and I've read off what the rappers do. So you know. And yet Amon says this. He's also talking about ghetto Black women. We have no control over what the hood mammies are doing. They're free to go down with the ship too. Yeah, basically. Dope. Dope criminals. So 50 Cent shows. Oh man, yeah. So I mean, that's the problem. You see the issue. I think you see the issue. Where's our legacy of wealth? Our legacy of respect? At first, I mean, for a little while, I thought that would be music. You know, we do a little bit of music and we do it a little bit in sports, but you know, it's only really, when you think about it, it's not a huge amount. I mean, it's a huge amount for us. Yeah. Not even Dr. Dre used to be respected. Now, I mean, he's still respected. I mean, he works with Apple, I think. But he's in the Hands and Feet Club too. Check this out.
August. Till then, doctors have ordered Robinson to do nothing but get complete rest and try to eat as hearty as he can. In Los Angeles, Dee Barnes, host of the Fox TV rap show Pump It Up, is filing a civil suit against Dr. Dre of the hardcore rap group NWA. Barnes seeks damages over $10 million and claims that last January at an LA club, Dre assaulted her, grabbing her hair, slamming her face and body into a wall, and kicking her in the ribs. Barnes' attorneys say that Dre was apparently upset that one of Barnes' producers inserted her interview with ex-NWA member Ice Cube into a Pump It Up show last winter featuring NWA. The group and Ice Cube have become mortal enemies since he left NWA 2 years ago. NWA's independent publicist, Norman Winter, says, quote, I know Dr. Dre as a gentle soul, the loving father of a baby boy. I can't imagine him treating any lady in anything but a gentlemanly fashion. No comment from NWA's record label, but here's what NWA themselves had to say about the incident back in March.
That's what she get. I hope she get it again. She got beat down. The host of that show did something that she know what she did and got beat down, and I hope it happened again. I hope she get it again.
Listen again. Listen.
But here's what NWA themselves had to say about the incident back in March.
That's what she get. I hope she get it again. She got beat down. The host of that show did something that she know what she did and got beat down, and I hope it happened again. See you around, buddy boy.
What was that, Ren?
Huh? What did she do that would that? What did she do? What did she do that created the situation that made it that bad? Try to make us look stupid. Tried to play us. Is that national TV? Tried to play us. On national TV. Tried to play us in front of millions of people. It's not over yet.
D. Barnes' lawyers say they're obtaining a
That is actually from D. Barnes' channel. Trey, welcome to the stage. How you doing tonight?
What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Hello?
Yeah, if you can turn your mic up just a little bit more.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Still bad? Is that
Oh,
better?
no, that's fine right there.
Okay. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I just happened to catch this little live. I was just scrolling through, seeing what I can get into today, and happened to run across you. I didn't quite catch the beginning. I just caught the part. You know, I guess really just talking about some of the abusive behaviors. A lot of these brothers are putting themselves in allegations, putting themselves in. You know, I don't have too much sympathy for a lot of these guys because over the last 20, 25 years, there's been several examples of what could happen to brothers when they put themselves in this situation. They've had I guess the gatekeeper, Brother Ara, you know, get away with it one time, then it came back around some years later, you know, so I think it's going to continue to happen. It's going to be more people that come out just because, you know, if you look at it, they're not really going after the regular guy that worked for the garbage company or the electrician. They're going after high profile brothers pretty much. And it's going to be like that. So I would caution everybody trying to get into I guess the entertainment business where you're going to be high profile and seen. They're going to plant certain people. And so it's just going to be up to you to make a better judgment, you know, choose wisely. I think it'd be, which is saying that a lot of the younger, I say, you know, I'm an older guy, not really old, I'm 55, you know, so.
So when you say choose wisely, what do you mean?
Just, you know, choose their women wisely, you know, vet them, you know, find out what their past was about, who the people they used to date, you know,
So
family members.
are you saying that was the women's fault are you saying that it was the women's fault that these guys were beating on them or what?
No, nothing is the woman's fault. I mean, when it comes to abusive guys and abusive guys, I have sisters, and the last thing I would have ever wanted to have to do when I was young and stupid was to hit my sister in any capacity. And I was a big brother that I used to come and let guys know, listen, I'm not going to be in your business. If y'all date, y'all date. I'm not going to tell her not to date you. I'm having this one conversation, and the one conversation is this. If you put your hands on her, I'm going to deal with you. I ain't coming to you having a conversation after this. If you don't like her, leave her alone. If you want to just get with her and you don't like her, leave her alone. Get away from her. Don't be trying to put your hands on my sister. But that was the mindset of a generation of me. Crack era mindset, the dudes put their hands on the girls because the mama wasn't there. A lot of these mamas was out in the streets most of the time. So the girls and boys was mixed up. Everybody was mixed together. They was playing hunching at 5 and 6 years old. They used to have hunching parties where the kids would get together and hunch each other. You see it today. You know, so what do you expect? A guy can't control his emotions. So he's going to get into situations like it. I remember it was a thing, guys didn't even argue with females like that. You just left them alone, get away from them. Now they ready to body slam them and do all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's not the women's fault, but Black women, they do like to poke you in the forehead and, you know, buck up. But just where we are.
So what do you believe is the solution? What do you believe is the solution to men getting angry?
I think this type of atmosphere with YouTube and everything, it allows men to have a release voice. I worked in the public school system in Chicago, and I was part of a really good program that started where the guys were allowed to miss an hour of class a day and go into the space where they could release their frustrations, talk about what's bothering them, what's going on in their home, relationships with fathers, or lack thereof, you know, the pressures of gangs trying to put on them, the pressures of mama putting on them, you know, because mama's still 32, want to have her life, and they can hear mama getting her head banged up on the headboard. So it's a lot that goes on with it. I think right now, especially guys that are really looking to start the future, first of all, we men are made to explore. So you're a young guy, get away from your hometown for about 6 months to a year. Just go somewhere. Go visit cousins down south, down north, east, west, wherever. And if you are a guy and you ain't really got no career started, it's a great opportunity to just, one, stop buying all the knockoff stuff in America. Stop spending your money, making them richer to continue to make us poor. And just travel the world, you know, get you a passport, go travel the world. I ain't saying you got to get over and live, but you can find something to do, learn a skill, learn a trade. But when you got the warrior class of our generation, the both, and that's on the men and the women, wasting this prime time, can't get along in relationships, don't get along with mama because they still mad about something that happened to them. Don't know daddy. What do you do? Sometimes it comes on you.
So what do you think about the
Say
status
again?
of the community? Where do you think we are now, and where do you think we should be, and then who should be solving the problems?
That's a loaded question. I think it's going to take, I'll go backwards. I think it's going to take all of us to solve the problems. I think it's really going to take for everybody to sort of get into their genre, their age groups, because me 55 trying to give information to somebody 25, they would think I'm totally out of the loop, which in my case, I'm not, because I've seen it from beginning to end. I've been able to avoid it based on individual. I grew up in a home, both parents, sisters, brothers, but my father was an alcoholic, drank every day. He was the craziest dude I knew. So when I went out to the streets, nobody could talk to me like him. Nobody can do that. It sort of deterred me from getting into certain activities out there in the street because I'm not gonna be like him. He worked every day. He worked all my life. That's all I knew. Him and my mother. So when I took upon myself, I knew I needed something more than what I was getting. So, you know, I was playing sports. I went to college. I tried that for a while. That didn't work. Tried myself trying to work. I said, nah. So I joined the service. Once I joined the service, it gave me a different perspective on the life that I could live because I stepped outside of what I was comfortable with. And that's what I'm saying. The service ain't for everybody. College ain't for everybody. One thing Black people can do is talk. We can run our mouth. We talk so much. We talk all the secrets, but we don't go anywhere. So you only going to go as you're only going to rise to the level of your city, of your town. That is it. And in order for a man to really step up, to get to a better place, he has to break away from mama. He can't be going to mama's house every time, sister house, girlfriend house. Can't do it. Where we are today, it's both sides. The women, listen, and I'll say this. Women, it's time to give up your uniform. Get out of your Holly Berry Baps uniform. That was back in 94. Get out of that. Get away from it. Because you take away from your beauty, you start having all kinds of topical issues with your skin, all your stuff happen with you because you're trying to.
So are you saying that most
that's not
women,
really-
okay, so are you saying that most women, because I guess that's why you brought it up, are you saying that they dress inappropriately? Is that what you're saying?
It's gotten worse from 25 years ago. Women used to have their shoulders out, little back out, wear their little halter tops, little Daisy Dukes. But now they wearing down their G-strings coming out. They got their kids dressing
Where
just
do you
like
see
them.
that? I live in a very.
You see it on YouTube streets.
On
You see it on
YouTube?
YouTube streets. They talking about it. They verbalize it. It's all
Wait,
over. Snapchat, YouTube, Instagram.
Who is verbalizing it? Like,
The women are.
give me some channels.
No, I'm talking about like women, people taking like videos of women when they actually demonstrating these behaviors and they talking about it. It's all over YouTube space. You go on any
Okay, so
channel where
when
they
you
talking about
how
women.
about this? And when you're in the real world, right, and you're walking down some street, are they in G strings?
Well, they have a little cover on top of it, and when them little see-through covers, they not just out with it exposed, but it is exposed because
I mean,
you take a
I live.
10-year-old,
I mean,
12-year-old,
I'm not trying to
it's
like.
all over the summer.
Right, I'm not trying to. Well, I do disagree. I disagree because everywhere I go, Black women have clothes on. In fact, especially when they're at work.
Yes, that's at work. When they off in their own time, this is what they presenting to men, and they saying,
No, I
"Take
think,
me
quite
as this."
honestly, I think I don't know where you live, but it must be specific to where you live. Because I live in a city that is a leisure. It is a destination for vacation. And when I go to the main areas where everybody be at, everybody's got clothes on.
Yes,
Most
they
of the
have
time they're
clothes
dressed to a
on.
T. So I'm just trying to find out what you're talking about because
But are you talking? I'm talking to, based off what I can understand, I'll say you were well into your 40s. You're not 25. You're not 35. You have a career that you've been in, and you for a lot of the young ones who have not even gotten to those places, they sort of X themselves out because this is the dress code that they're wearing. This is what they're doing. They doing it. They wearing it.
okay,
I'd
let me
go
explain
from
like this.
Chicago
I've
to
been
Florida, and this is what they do.
okay.
This is
I've
what they
been
wear.
to I'm not sure what you mean because let's say I go to some spot and I'm just getting a hamburger or something, and a bunch of young people there. That's our people. We're young. We're there. Everybody got on clothes. When I go to another spot in California,
Nah, baby, I'm
a
married
lot of
for 10
young people
years.
there,
Beautiful wife,
they got
natural
on
hair,
clothes. So
down
the
to a
thing
bag.
is that I'm not saying that it doesn't happen because I'm sure somebody's walking around in a thong or something somewhere. But I think you're over exaggerating the amount that it is
No,
because
don't
I
think
don't
so.
see it. I mean, you see
You
it
go
in a
to a
hip
club.
hop track, maybe, but
Now,
but
listen,
you
okay.
see it in a hip hop track.
Let me take the thong. Let me take the thong out of it. Not everybody's walking around with a thong on. But when you have a population that's basically showing butt cheeks and breasts all day to a younger generation, they're exempling the same behaviors. It's been the same uniform for the last 30 years for the sisters. And then just recently they started wearing all this makeup caking on their face. Black women's skin and makeup don't mix because when they get in the sun, it runs off their face like a bad paint. We see that. You
I'm
can't
just
say
still
that this is not
again.
happening.
I'm
Come
I'm
on,
trying
man.
to
Sisters' skin
understand.
is the best. They got the best skin. They don't need no makeup. Reason why they have blemishes because they pick their face with their dirty nails, and a lot of them don't even take baths, man.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question. In the neighborhood, do you see more men with sagging pants or more women walking around in thongs or thong-like attire?
The sagging pants are more.
Okay, so isn't that a
But
problem?
again, it's not. Yes, it's the problem. It's that whole generation of adult. It's not just the women. It's the men too. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. It's
so
not. I was just speaking
what do
about
you
women,
think?
but the men.
What do you think is the biggest to you? I know you put some things like weed and stuff in the chat, but what do you think is the biggest problem in our community right now? What is causing the most problems in our community?
The first generation of crack era adults.
First
The
what?
kids that were 10 and 11 years. The kids, the adults who are in their late 30s and 40s, they were 10, 11, 8, 9, 10 years old when crack really took over the streets. They are now adults having children. A lot of those children suffer. A lot of those adults came from broken homes. A lot of those adults lost brothers, lost cousins, lost uncles, lost daddies to the streets. Mama was out there. Mama was trying to get her hustle on. She had to take care of 2 or 3 kids. She had to do what she had to do. So now that they're adults, they have children. A lot of those adults, 30, 40, now they have children, but the daughter's 16, 17. It's the same behavior. So it's almost like, if you see, it's almost like it's a retirement plan. You see women 40 years old, but they got a 5-year-old. Why would you need to have a child knowing that you're a single mom, knowing that your condition is already bad, but you're going to choose to have a child?
Are you saying that it's the women's fault?
What I'm saying is, part of it's the women's fault, part of it's the men's fault, because the men, those same men who grew up in those houses with those women, are out here doing reckless stuff all day. The same men. It's both. It's the men, they sagging, they trying to recruit. And the numbers are perplexing.
So who are the leaders in the neighborhood? Who are the leaders in the Black community?
Who's the leaders today? Who's the leaders today? The female is the leader today. Black men they're not leading because they're just now trying to find their voice over the last 30 years.
When you say trying to find their voice, how did they lose their voice?
Yes. Because when they started putting that crack in the scene, a lot of these brothers, fathers, and a lot of guys was taken off the street. A lot of these positive ones were killed. They were killed. And now these same brothers are still trying to find their way. It's millions of brothers getting out of the penal system trying to find their way. Nobody's telling them.
When you say that, probably the issue was probably that Black men fell for the banana in the tailpipe, right?
Of course. We always do. We still falling for it. We always
so basically then it's probably on us, right? Because since we're supposed to be the de facto leaders, correct?
Yes, but most brothers, and this
so
is
then
most
why are we
brothers,
even, what shouldn't we start, if we're going to fix the community, shouldn't we start with us, right?
But the man ain't never really left. The man ain't went nowhere. The brothers have not left the community. Nobody is checking for the garbage man. Nobody is checking for the plumber, the electrician. They going for nug, sagging pants with the fake jewelry on and the Air Jordans. They buying their children these same clothes that really put a bad stick.
Right, but that's our problem. It's not like a woman, like the women are putting guns to our heads and telling us to sag our pants, right?
But the women are buying the kids the clothes too big. They're not buying their sons.
No, that's not my point. My point is that the way the community is the way it is because of us, the men, because we are the ones that basically were or are supposed to be in control and the leaders, correct? So if that's the case, then how can we even think about blaming women when we are the ones that messed everything up?
Hold up. So you don't think there was ever a shift in the dynamic in the community? You don't think there was ever a time where Black men were in control of the communities, and then all of a sudden there was a shift where Black men had no voice? Because in America, the woman is placed on the pedestal.
Okay, so are you saying that are you saying that Black women had more of a voice than Black men did?
In the 90s, they did. When crack took over, they did. They had.
Women, are you saying in the 90s?
Powerful voice.
Where
it changed. Everything changed.
Okay, listen to my
everything changed
here. So we're talking about in the 90s where hip hop bloomed. We had a voice in hip hop, obviously, because it was 95%, especially back then, 95% back then male. It was booming. It was the main thing in the Black community, because I remember this because I used to spin a lot of it. We were big in sports back then. Okay. So it's hard for me to believe that you're saying that Black women had a bigger voice when we had more control over the biggest booming music industry, which was hip hop, R&B at the time. And there were barely any sports that Black women were doing back then. So,
but guess
me,
what?
I think where did this voice thing come from that you're talking about? Because I don't see it.
Because guess what the community chose to do back when, before this so-called hip hop turned into gangster rap. They voted not to censor it. They voted, black, white, male.
Guess who?
The male and the female voted.
Do you know who
not to
started that
censor.
all? Do you know who started that? We just played his record. I mean, we just played his track. I mean, not his track, but
Too Short.
No, well, I mean, Too Short benefited, but it was the 2 Live Crew.
Too Short was out before the 2 Live Crew.
No,
Short came out with
Too Short, but they still had to put the explicit sticker on the record or the cassette tape, because that's how old it was, onto the cassette tape at that time. You could still buy explicit music, but they had to put the sticker on. And what happened was this, is that when 2 Live Crew went to court, they won the case, and they were able to say whatever they wanted, as vulgar as they wanted to, on the C's, and that's what it is. But again, that wasn't women, that was men.
But who participated in it? Let's just say the men were on this stage rapping and they were saying all this vulgar stuff. Who was participating in it?
Mostly men.
The women.
Some women.
No, hold on. The women were out there shaking it. The women. It wasn't the men.
Because they were controlled by the men.
But they were controlled by guys who was growing up in that era. That era changed everything.
It's not just that era. Men have always been in control over women.
Brother, it wasn't like that in the 80s. It was totally different. We were graduating high school, just graduating high school at 80%, getting a GED at 18%. So there was a 98% of us, male, female, coming out of high school with a high school diploma, our GED. 40% a college degree. No, it was 50% with a college degree, because remember, college enrollment went up by 400% all over the country. Brothers and sisters were going to college, finding husbands, finding wives. Another 40% got a master's, 30%.
I think that was in the transition. I think in the 80s.
Look at the numbers.
Because I grew up in the 80s.
I'm an 86 baby, 86 graduate. Going into the 90s, this is what the numbers. The dynamic really changed in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, the numbers plummeted.
No, that started in the 90s. What you're talking about.
It started in the 2000s where they changed the dynamic. The numbers say.
Wait, who's they? Who's the ones that change the dynamics?
Well, the government entities, the people that are polling these dynamics, the people that are polling this.
Wait, what do you mean by polling? I don't get what you. Okay,
well, they going into the neighborhoods.
Okay, wait. Let's go back a little bit. Let me get some clarification here. Let's first go on. What dynamic are you referring to?
One, I'm talking about in this regards, I was talking about the high school graduation rates.
Okay, so you're saying they got worse.
It got worse, yes. It got worse as we went into the mid-90s, towards the middle.
Why?
It changed. Because one, again, crack was deep in the streets. I'm sure everybody that's on this chat, they have somebody, a relative, kinfolk.
Okay, who was selling the crack, men or women? Who was selling? Majority selling.
Hold up, men and women.
By what percentage?
I don't know. Since we can say 80-20, we can do that. We can say 80-20.
80% men, 20% women.
Single mothers. It was a lot of single mothers had to feed their children. I don't blame them for that. The children are the ones who are affected by that. Even the father, if he sold it, more than likely he put a hit or a bounty.
Okay, so let me ask you this: could black men have found another? We call them widgets back then. Widget instead of crack to sell.
Yeah.
Then why do we? That's why. Why did we sell crack? And then why would?
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what made that dynamic even more difficult. Because most of those brothers were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do with their mama by the time they turned 14, 15 years old. They were not
now
being
you're
held
putting it back
accountable.
you're putting it back on the mom
Yes,
now, right?
I'm putting it back on the mom because they had the child. A lot of these children don't even know who their father, and the father might have been up the street. A lot of these mothers wasn't in
Well, whose
relationships.
fault is that?
They was just having
Why did they,
sex.
okay?
They were just
wait,
having sex by the same
Okay.
group of
And
guys
you
who
know
grew up
that,
in the
okay,
same houses.
a lady put up a stat, which is like, that said that basically, let me go back on it. Hey, lady, if you can type it again about who made what percentage of grown men made teen mothers, because that's what happened in the 80s and 90s is that a lot of men, like T.O.'s father, who was like 30, was getting down with a 15-year-old. So
Exactly.
the problem
No
is
father in the
how can
home.
you blame a 15-year-old girl
I'm
for
not
getting
putting
pregnant?
listen, I'm not putting nothing on a child. If you mess with a child, you need to be thrown under the jail. You need to help build the jail that you're gonna serve. There's nothing more sinister than a grown man or grown woman messing with a child. Nothing. Your uncles, a lot of these kids were put in those positions by family members, the brothers,
Right.
the uncles, the aunties, the whoever. So you got to look at the primary caregiver, because I say it like this. I've always said like this: when it gets too overwhelming for a mother, won't you just take them and drop them off like Ike Turner's wife did him? Just drop them off and say, deal with it, instead of saying, no, I can do
How
it.
did we get on the, okay, I'm confused here because you understand, it seems like you do understand that there's been a lot of situations where older Black men took advantage of younger Black women and they didn't get put under the jail, just like Diddy didn't get put under the jail, just like Mystikal didn't get put under the jail, L.A. Reid didn't get put under the jail, Chris Brown didn't get put under the jail, Cuba Gooding Jr. didn't get put under the jail, Future didn't get put under jail, Nature Boy didn't get put under the jail. So the bottom line is that they're out and they did what they did. So that happened back then, right? And the names were different, but the game was the same. So basically, it's like this: if Black women did everything right now, the community would still be the way it was, the way it is. There's nothing that they can do to change it because it's Black men that will be controlling the community. Whether they're the ones we are the ones that are going to ruin the community or make the community work. It's that simple. So what I'm saying is this: is that you can blame it on the mother if you want to, but then you have to find out, well, where'd the father go? And I guarantee you, in my experience, by nature, women don't dump men, especially when they got the man's kid. They get dumped. Or they dump the man because the man turned out to be, let's say, Diddy.
But by nature, most of these people were not in relationships.
But see whose fault is that?
The woman, because she has access to the sex. She's giving it up for a blunt and some Hennessy.
Not if she's 15 and 16. We just went through that.
I'm not talking about the 15. If a man is like,
how many? Let me ask you this:
with a 15
how
to
many
16-year-old,
times have
he's
you?
a predator. He needs to go to jail.
How many times have you or somebody else you know led a woman on?
Plenty of times when I was in my 20s.
There you go.
Exactly.
Right.
Just like
all it takes is
hold on. Time out.
All it takes is
just like I was led on.
Raw dog.
Just like I was led on. Just like I was being led on. It goes both ways. There's nobody. Listen, like I said, if a girl is under 18 or whatever that legal age is, if you a man and you 4 years older, the fact that you even looking at somebody at that age, you should be, you almost a pedophile. Basically, I don't have no remorse for guys that mess with kids. I'm not talking about that.
I understand that, but we're not on that part. The part that I don't understand is that we had condoms back then, right?
Of course.
So how'd these women get pregnant?
The same way they caught sexually transmitted diseases. They weren't using condoms. They weren't using protection.
Right.
And
So
you're talking
so
30,
who
hold up,
should,
you're talking 30 years ago, and now it's more prevalent. It's more now. It's more so. A lot of these young girls, they're sexed
no,
out
no, no,
by
no, no, no,
others.
no, 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 no. You
Come
don't. You're
on,
not
man.
getting the point I'm trying to make. We had full control to keep women from getting pregnant, and we didn't.
Okay.
We didn't do
Right.
that.
Because again, okay, let me ask you this.
No, there's no but
you
again
said,
about it. I mean,
no,
if we put
you,
on a condom every time, then what you're talking about wouldn't have happened.
exactly. But though a lot of those men at that time wasn't even raised to understand. They wasn't even practicing safe sex.
But see, that's
They wasn't even
that's
given the
the thing,
information.
though. If they weren't raised, why weren't they
Given
raised?
information.
Because they had a single mother? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
Why?
so if they had a
Listen,
single
a lot
mother,
of listen.
okay,
Listen,
wait. But then that brings us back that whoever made that woman a single mother didn't wear a condom when he should have, correct?
Yes, he did not wear a
Boom.
condom.
There it is.
Well, hold on. He had sex with her. She had sex with him.
Right.
They wasn't in no relationship. They was just having sex. It's a difference.
Right. And so what should
he was
have
reckless
done?
and she was
What
reckless.
should
was reckless.
If he knew
He was
that
reckless
they were
and
just
she was
if
reckless.
he knew they were casual, right? What should he have done?
He should have did what any logical man would have did, protect himself. But
Right.
again, those same men, a lot of those men grew up in that same type of home that the women did.
Why do you bring
These
it
men had
back?
the same
Why do
type
you
of
always
home.
bring it back to the home when it's just when it comes
Because
right down to it?
ain't that
It's
the
complete
first
logic.
teacher? So who's the first
Nobody
teacher?
has to teach a
The
man
parent?
about they
Huh?
when they,
Come on, man.
back
Somebody got
then,
to teach a boy
especially
how to
back
be a
then. Wait, especially back then, they literally had sex education in classrooms and told you that you need to put on a condom or you're going to get somebody pregnant. So even
And
if
the
they weren't
number
getting that at home, men, we
by the
still
90s wasn't no
had
sex education.
the mind of reasoning and knew that if we didn't put on a condom, there's a strong chance that woman will get pregnant.
In the 90s, they took a lot of that stuff out that was given to the young people of the 80s. They took a lot of that out. When crack hit the streets,
No, everybody by then, everybody
a lot
knew
of
how
that
it
out.
went.
Who's
By the
everybody?
90s,
No, you're
everybody
talking
knew how
about
it
young
went because
people.
it was.
Hold
See,
on,
the
hold
thing
on.
is this.
Time-
I see where you're going with that, but the problem is this. By the time everybody was educated in the school in, let's say, the 80s and the early
Who's
90s,
everybody?
80s and the early 90s, by that time, everybody should know better. The thing is that there's still the human quality of knowing better. And man, you can't. We're not talking about little kids having little kids. We're having grown men having kids with grown women and little kids. You see what I'm saying? Grown men that have lived life, at least in their mid-20s and up, making younger girls and normal aged women pregnant, knowing what would happen if they didn't put on a condom.
Pedophiles.
That's what we're talking
they
about.
are. But they're
Even
pedophiles.
if they were not brought up, because it sounds like to me what you're saying is that they weren't brought up well because there wasn't a guy in the house, and then which we went around circles on that.
No.
But basically, and the
saying
woman
is-
raised them, and she didn't raise them to use a condom. That's what you're basically saying.
What I'm saying is, whatever home it was, a lot of parents in our community never talked about sex education, whether it was a two home.
Everybody,
It didn't happen.
I mean, they were teaching sex education about the stork thingy in middle school and elementary
Lies.
school. Everybody knew that if
Lies of
everybody
Stark.
knew,
Come on, man.
everybody knew by the time they were in middle school that if you had intercourse or had and they used animals back then like storks or whatever. If you had intercourse with somebody, there's a good chance you're going to have a little baby. That's why they had little dolls of babies. that little girls were carrying around, little baby dolls. Oh, look, 'cause I want to have a baby when I grow up, that kind of shit.
Oh my.
So
Right. So
it's
you
hard
already,
for me.
if
It's
you
hard for me. Where our disconnect is it's hard for me to see why you're trying to blame Black women, Black mothers for the way Black men are behaving today. That's where you that's our disconnect, because that's where I see where you're going. It's like, look,
so
number
you
one,
don't.
half
I
of
guess you're
them
not
women,
listening because
half of
I
them women
said,
were half of those women weren't even women. They were just little girls made pregnant by grown men. Okay. And then the
hold on.
other
Okay.
half
So
probably
hold on.
thought that
Time
the
out. Time out.
relationship was going
Time out.
somewhere.
So this is a new phenomenon. So you bring it back to the 90s. What I'm saying, a lot, most less than 40% or 30% of all men have mostly all the children. It's more single and childless men than it is single and childless women. Most women have a
What
child.
percentage are you saying that is?
Of about 30, between 35 and 40% of men have all the children. A lot of these men have 4, 5, 6, 7 children by different women. Most men are not out here like that. There are the ones that we hear of, yeah, but most men are not doing that. Most men can't even get the sexual opportunities as the women. A lot of these guys not getting those
there's a
opportunities.
couple complicated things going on here, and I'm going to break it down. What percentage, what age group are we referring to? Because there's different percentages for different age groups. So do you want to go from 18
I deal with
to
8.
or do you want to go from 25 to 50, or what do you want to do here?
Well, I just deal with 18. Consensual sexual age is 18. Adult is 21. Anything under that is still a child. They should be in child's place playing child's game. If you're a grown man and you're messing with a 17-year-old, 16-year-old, high school or whatever, she can be 18
What I'm
in
trying
high
to
school.
do is find out.
You're a pedophile.
Okay. Well, I agree with you with that. Okay, so now, what the question I'm asking you is this: is what age range are you looking at? Because from what I read and from what I've been told and what I see, 80% of Black men, we have kids. All of it, 80% of Black men have kids, all the way up to the age of, I think it's like 55. If you go that high. Now, if you go 18 to, let's say, 26, the numbers change. So I guess what I'm saying.
Time out. So hold on. So what age group you said? What 55 again?
From, let's say, from 21 to 55, 80% of us have kids.
From age 21 to 55, most 80% of Black men have children.
Right.
Okay, now what's the other age group? Because
Under, like, you can go 21 to 35. They usually have some type of overlap. But the thing is that most of us have kids. We may not be around them, but most of us have kids. So you can't say that most Black men don't have kids, because most of us do.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm back to my point, and then the thing is that this is important because. Okay, let me ask you this: you played sports, right?
Yes.
Okay, what sport did you play?
Basketball and football.
Okay. In football, what position did you play?
Running back, quarterback, kicker, linebacker. I was the man.
Okay, other than your protections and all that kind of shit that go, the running backs do. I don't know much about it because I didn't play running back. But you didn't worry about how to throw a football because that was the quarterback's job, right?
Well, I play quarterback in the younger grades, but I could throw though. I get your point. Go ahead.
Okay. So why? I mean, to me, it's like this. Imagine that we are running backs and women are quarterbacks, or we could spin it the other way. We are quarterbacks, and we're not supposed to be worried about what they're doing. They're just supposed to be at the spot when we either throw the ball or when we run. You see what I'm saying? We're supposed to be handling our own business, and we're not doing that. What we're doing was instead of us worrying about where we're going to run or where the hole is going to be, right? We're worried about if the quarterback's going to throw the ball with the right touch to our wide receiver, which ain't even our business. Same team, we might have our protections. We might be related because we're on the same team. But instead of me worrying about what hole I'm going to run through, okay, I'm worrying about where the quarterback's going to throw the pass to a wide receiver whom I have nothing to do with. You see what I'm saying? I'm not running a route. I'm not the second. I'm not anywhere on this quarterback's tree, but I'm worrying, instead of maybe blocking somebody, which I should be, adding more protection, I'm worrying about what is the quarterback going to throw the ball right? Is he going to put the spin? Is he going to go down the field, or is he going to get an interception? And then I get trucked, okay, and the quarterback gets sacked because I was worried about something else. You see my point? Okay. So that's what I think a lot of men in the manosphere do, is they're worrying about women when we have bigger problems.
But so let me make something clear, very clear.
Okay.
This is is in regards to the manosphere.
Okay.
I'm happily married. Wife is a beautiful sister, cocoa, caramel, natural, everything, hair down to her cheeks. She wears sister's locks. And a lot of the talks that are in these spaces, they don't apply to me. I've just been privileged to work in those environments and go to these homes that I've seen in these communities and see how the homes are affected by single parent home. Well, whatever situation the father had been, dealing with, he's not there. He's not even, a lot of times in talking to in interviewing these parents, a lot of times he's not even allowed to be a part of that life. That's the only problem as far as me. It's not the women's fault 100%. It's 50-50. The man and the women play a part.
You think it's that
not
much?
going to be, yes, the man and the women play a part, because in a lot of cases, they're not in relationships. They're having sex. So the man should have protected himself. He should have did that. Low level thinking. That's what puts us in a lot of situations.
Shouldn't it be more like at least 60-40 on us, since we're the leaders, right?
We're not
supposed
the
to lead
leaders,
the family,
in our
right?
community. We were up until the 70s when
think about it like this.
Feminism.
Okay. Same football analogy. Who's responsible for the team? The coach or the water boy?
Coach.
Okay. We're supposed to be the coaches, right?
We're supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback's not going to tell the coach what to do, right?
No, but the quarterback can always
unless the coach doesn't know what they're doing.
He can always audible, call something different if something ain't working.
True, but that's true. But the only reason a quarterback will tell a coach what to do is that the coach don't know what they're doing. I mean, audibles and everything, we all know about that, because that's audibles is like something that you just have to have in the mix, because the coach can't be in your ear during, I think they cut it off 15 seconds before the play gets snapped. But I understand
that's just on a higher level.
Right. But
here's the thing. Okay, I see your point. And this is where we are. This is where we are in the game. Think about it. This is where we are in the game. It's time for an audible. It's time for another play. Because the play that we've been running for the last 35 years ain't working. And I'm speaking, and always, and I take myself
So
I'm
let me
talking
ask
about
you
that
this:
21, 22
if a
year.
football team, if the plays are not working, right? Do they fire the coach or do they fire the team?
It all depends. They might fire you at your position if you ain't living up to your position. So it's going to
Well,
come
that's
down to the
different
position
because
player
you
who
just
they
said the
going to get
plays
rid of.
aren't working. So that's
But the plays
obviously
are
out
not
of
working, right?
when
But
you're
the
a running
plays do
back.
not work.
When you're a running back, right? You're running the plays that have been called. But if the play is wrong, you're staring at 6 linebackers in your face. Well, there are probably 3, but I'm exaggerating. 6 linebackers in your face ready to truck you, right? So
yes,
you just said that the plays aren't working. So who's calling the plays?
the coach is calling the plays.
Right.
But guess
And
what?
who's supposed to be the
but
coach?
hold on, time out. Sometimes those same plays, let's say, okay, you use sports. I've been using these same plays for 20 years. They've been working 20 years. Now I get to this team right here, the plays ain't working. These players are not equipped to run certain plays. So what do I have to do? I have to make adjustments, not for myself, for the team. And this is where we are. The plays ain't been working. So it's time for everybody to make adjustments, is all I'm saying. Because I'm looking at 20, 30 years down the road. What about the children? The children don't have a chance. These children are out here going to be, they're not going to have a chance, man. The way we going, whether it's the man, I say it's the man. Yes, matter of fact, give us 100% of the problem. Then you're going to leave the women out here to continue to be reckless and do exactly what they're doing. And they're going to have the children and they're going to influence the children.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I'm
So,
glad you said it. Wait. Give me one second.
switch
You
it
just said the women to be out here reckless, though, right? Okay. So who's more reckless in the Black community, men or women?
It's about 50-50. I don't see nobody outshining the other. Because one, men have violence towards each other. Two,
So I'm
the
going to
image that's
retort.
put out based on the women is not, the image is worse for the women because a lot of times their image goes to the world, and to the world they don't take us serious at all. However you look at it, the world is not taking us serious. So.
Let me retort. Okay. It's not 50-50. It's not. This is how I came up with this conclusion. Who is incarcerated more between Black men and Black women?
Come on, man, you know that.
Right, but I'm just
target on our back.
remember we're speaking to other people too. I'm just breaking it down.
Always been a target
it's
on our
men,
back.
right?
Yeah, I got you. Right, of course. Black men.
It's
of
men,
course.
it's
In the
men,
inner-
it's Black
in the
men,
inner city.
maybe 30%, and Black women 5%. So by that in itself, okay, who can you conclude is acting better?
You can't conclude who's acting better because one is going to be allowed to get away with certain behaviors that others can't.
No,
Come on, you know that. Yes.
If a woman
Yes.
commits murder, she's going to prison. If a man commits murder, he's going to prison.
You're talking murder, reckless behavior.
Right. We can.
I ain't talking to people.
Okay. How about this?
Talking about the people that's
How about this?
in the community, reckless behavior, whether they're smoking weed in front of their kids, having
Women go to jail for
booty
that.
parties
What
in front
else?
of your kids.
What else?
But they're not going at a big number because if they did, you wouldn't see them on these spaces shaking it for the world
So
to
what
see.
you're saying that even though there's 30% for Black men and 5% for Black women, we're using the same metrics, but somehow what you're saying is that it's not the same.
It's not the same. It never will be the same. Come on.
It is the
It
same.
never will be the same. How will it ever be the same? Brothers are always going to get the short end of the stick every time. Brothers are not even allowed to get in spaces.
So what you're saying is
always
that Black men get the short end of the stick when it comes to causing crimes. Is that correct?
Whatever crime is committed, we always get the enforcement of the law. Other races get the leniency of the law. You're going to get time, pay a fine.
Well, let me ask you this.
It's like,
I'll bring Diddy. Did Diddy go to jail?
No, but Diddy's
Aaron
in the
Hall go to
1%
jail?
too. Hey, I don't know nothing about Aaron Hall's past. This is just now coming
Oh
out.
man,
So if he did it,
it was all
but-
bad. How about Chris Brown? You know about Chris Brown, right?
yeah, him and Rihanna.
Now, that wasn't it. He didn't stop there.
But see, these
No. It's not a but. It's very important for me to break this down to you. Chris Brown has been putting hands on women for the last 15 years.
You talking? How many people did you name? 3 or 4 people? 3 or 4
So far,
profile people with money.
I got a list of
all of these
25
guys
right here, but I'm just going through. We can't go all through them all
And I
tonight.
guarantee,
because we'd be
and
here
I
all
guarantee
night.
your list involves all high profile brothers making bread, get more money than most of the people in this chat. That's the list that
We
you
got
have.
Chris Brown,
It's
we
not
got
the regular
Hillary,
guy.
we got Diddy, we got Joe Budden, we got Cuba Gooding Jr., we
talking
got DJ
entertainers.
Academics, we got Future, we got
Entertainers.
Nature Boy, we got
Entertainers.
Charlamagne, we got Jimmy Fox, we got Jeezy, we got Andrew Tate,
Entertainer.
we got Mystical, we got
Entertainer.
Kevin. All of these guys got
Entertainers.
second chances at the very least if they weren't even or if they didn't get a pass.
Entertainers.
Chris
small
Brown
group.
has been documented for putting bruises on women, and he's out here still.
So how old is Chris Brown? How old is Chris Brown? 30?
What? He's in his 30s.
When was he born? When was he born? Crack era. Is all I'm saying. That generation struggles with communication.
Wait.
with
No.
relationships.
We're not going to bounce on that. We are not going there. We are going on the initial argument I was making.
But you only gave 4 or 5.
Black women are acting more logical than black men are right now. That is my argument.
Okay. They're
And
acting more logical.
it's given by the fact that they are right now. If black men, if we were more logical right now, and if we step it up and we do what we're supposed to do right now, black women would not be equal in income, near equal, not equal, but near equal in income to us right now, because we would be balling. We would literally be balling right now.
No, time out, brother. The income levels haven't really changed in the last 10 years. We still make $7,000 to $10,000 more per capita than the women.
No, it's
it hasn't
3,000.
changed in the last
3,000.
20 years.
It's 3,000.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, because it's
and 3,000 is nothing.
But yes, it is, because the women that spend $1,000 because those women spend $1,000 on their body. They'll spend $15,000.
No, you weren't there.
Wait, so you said, hold up. So you saying they're not spending it? When they're gonna buy a $1,500?
Look. I have 2 sisters. Okay, I have 2 sisters. I have a mom and everything, and they didn't spend no $1,000 on their bodies.
Hold up.
That is a very small group of women. We are talking about like 2%.
How old? Hold up.
In fact,
so you went with age before.
Let me look it up.
You went with age. You went with age before. If your sisters are 45, they don't count.
Black women. Wait, hold on one second. What percent of black women get plastic surgery? Because that's what you're talking about, right?
I'm not just talking about plastic surgery. I'm talking about buying their clothes. They spend $1,000 on their clothes, their hair, their weave, their nails alone. They ain't even got the key to school clothes, but they got $1,000.
Okay, wait. I got you on that though. But hold on one second. 2020, what ethnicity gets the most? Caucasians get the most. Let me put it on screen. Caucasians get the most at 78%. Okay, of plastic surgeries. Hispanics 8, African Americans 7, Asians 5, others 2.
Yeah,
okay.
They know
So
skin
let
like
me get out of that. You're
skin,
talking about like makeup and stuff, right? So we're to makeup too. Okay. So we don't spend money on chains and cars and clothes either. That's what you're saying.
Only a certain group. But look, the Egyptians wore gold. They wore gold in Africa.
No, we're not talking about Egyptians. We're talking about right now.
Even in America, guys
wait a minute. You were trying to make a point. You were trying to say that women spend more money. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes. Women spend way more money. They know this.
No, they don't.
Okay. Okay.
They
bro.
don't.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Let me look that up too. Hold on.
Ain't no 45-year-old
Who
guys
spends
running around here talking about
more money? Black men
the African
or
American society.
black woman, right?
Yes.
Let's see what it comes up with.
Yeah, let's see.
Wealth. So what spends the most money on hair? Of course, that's hair. Who spends the most money in the U.S.? Asians? That's interesting. Huh.
Well, they make double the money almost. They make the most
they
money.
They do make money. They ball.
They go, but you can't count them. They're out loud because guess what?
Where do black men?
They still investing in their communities. They still able to buy homes in the
Right.
black community.
So why are we not following their model then? Why in the last 30 years have not black men said, hey, you know, the Asian guys, they got it going on.
Go.
Why don't we do what they do?
There you go. There you go. 30 years. 30 years. You go back 30 years. What was going on?
I'm asking you directly. Why didn't we start back then or further?
Hold up. Black people were having
after we noticed that the Asian men and the Asian women had it going on. Why didn't we go, hey, let's follow their lead and do the same?
Brother, black people were buying homes back then 35, 40 years ago. They were buying homes. Grandmama left the house to the kids and the kids sold it because they didn't want to pay $3,000 worth of tax.
Wait.
A lot of these older generations have property. But what I'm saying, that's part of generational wealth. If you ain't buying a home, you just renting. You ain't having no generational wealth. Come on, man.
We're bouncing around here a little bit. We're bouncing around here a little bit. I need to stop.
But you said even spending, it's
hold
like
on,
you
hold on
see
one
the
second.
numbers.
Hey, lady, thank you for the super chat. Alcohol and weed and crack baby scattered my.
There you go.
This is what the problem I have. We were just on who spends the most money, right? And you were saying it was black women, and I was saying by the numbers it was black men. So that's where I want to be at right now, because that's where we were.
Okay, so by the numbers,
how
in our community,
how do you reason with that?
Take out every other community. Take out every other community. We're not talking about every other.
Yeah, I just said black women and black men. I don't know how much more communities do we have.
The black women spend more money.
So what you're saying is that black women spend more money.
Yes, they spend more money out of the house. Yes, they spend money.
I disagree.
They spend lots of money. They buy makeup. Hold up, brothers don't buy makeup now. Women are buying makeup now.
No, you know we do
makeup
buy
is
though?
Expensive.
We do buy Jordans, right?
Right.
Okay,
women
wait.
do too.
Wait. Let's stay on the Jordans for 1 second.
A lot of the women buy
how much
Jordans
does a
for
pair
their
of Jordans
sons.
cost compared to some makeup?
Listen, brother, I don't know. It's about the same for real. I don't know because I never bought a pair of Jordans.
Okay, now you don't know.
And I got hundreds of shoes.
We know Jordans are expensive.
I'm not a tennis shoe guy.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I need to kick out some shout outs for everybody. Give me 1 second. I'd like to kick out a shout out to Mr. Snoopy in the house, Indiana Mom in the house, T in the house, King Lucifer in the house, ladies in the house. I'm a Twilight fan in the house. That's a damn good show, by the way. Act Natural Under Pressure's in the house. I want to kick out New Diamond in the house. Brina West is in the house. Sela is in the house. We have Indiana Mom in the house. Bridget Mouton is in the house. Let's see who else is up in here. Fiona's in the house. Okay, I'll get everybody else a little bit later. This is the thing. Women don't spend, I know for a fact that women don't spend more than men do. I know for a fact. So if you can give me a source of maybe or something that can retort what I believe, I'll be happy to put it on the screen. But women do not spend as much money because women know they need to survive, and they can't survive if they can't pay rent, and they can't pay rent if they spend all their money.
Brother, they're not paying rent like that. Man, it depends on what state you are. A lot of these women, they can't afford the rent. You can't afford the rent. They can't afford it. They're spending the money.
You got to put on the brakes now. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because there are just as many, if not more, women buying houses than there are men. Now, if you want to talk about women spending money on buying houses, you might have an argument now. As far as who spends
buying
more
houses
money
that they can't afford. They buying. Listen, it's one thing to buy a house that you can afford, but it's different to buy a house just because you want to look good. You want to get a 5-bedroom house with you and your dog, so you can front, and then you can't make the mortgage.
Wait, how do we get to that? Wait,
But I'm
men
just
buy
saying,
houses they can't afford.
brothers.
So are you
Brother
saying,
understands his
it sounds
reality.
like to me what you're saying is this. What you're saying is that black men have more logic than black women. Is that what you're saying?
Bingo.
If that's
As
the
a man
case,
gets
then
what-
why is it,
listen,
if
listen.
that was the case, let me run. If that was the case, then why is the black community filled with black men so messed up?
Because you said it a little while ago. When you go to this certain age of man, I'm just
No,
going to go 18
no.
to
You
30.
said it. If there were more logical men than there are women in the black community, and that black men have control
hold on.
of everything, why is the community the way it is? Why didn't those
pertains to a
black
black
men
man's
back in the
marriage.
day when you said the crack addicts were out and everything like that? Why did they sell crack instead of selling iPhones or something else? Because black
Because-
men were smarter. So they're smarter than black women.
Hold
right?
on. No, hold on. Time out. Because I have to go back to a certain point. Because up until that era, black men were not doing that. Once they
We're
realized
doing what? Wait. What were they not doing?
we wasn't killing each other like that. We had a fight and was friends 2 days later. We didn't walk around with the gun. We didn't walk around trying to.
But what does that have to do with the fact that black?
Because that's logic. Because a lot of these guys,
but the thing is this. Wait. You just said that black men were more logical than black women, but now you're saying that
when it comes to money,
killing each other.
when it comes to
we are killing
when it
each
comes to
other,
money.
which women are not doing to each other at nearly the clip we are. Okay, so where's
when
the
it comes to
logic?
money,
Where's the logic at?
When it comes to money, men are more logical as they get older. They're not trying to spend $10,000, $15,000 just on something unless they're gonna
Okay,
get a car.
what age does the men's logic kick in past the women?
Between 35 and 40, the age of reason.
So you're
The
saying
same
that
age they killed all our great leaders.
35-year-old, okay, so you're saying a 35-year-old man, okay, is more logical than a 35-year-old woman. That is what you're saying.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
If that was the case, why are there more 35-year-old black men in poverty, on the streets, and in prisons than black women?
Because they're not going to give a public housing to a single man, a black man. They're not going to give the resources that they give women. They're not going to say, okay, you can't make this, so we're going to give you a supplemental income to make up for it, what it is. You are out there alone on an island by yourself. Nobody is going to save us.
So
And
you're
this is
saying
where
there are
I
no,
come at
what
the
you're
front.
saying is that there's absolutely no programs for black men whatsoever.
I mean, it's mentoring programs, but it ain't programs where they can say, look, I'm homeless, I need some
Asian
home.
men made it with no programs, right?
Because the Asian man put money back into their community. When Asian people come up on
We
money,
had money because we're logical, right? So we have money, right? We have money. I mean, you said we earn more. You're saying that we're more logical.
hold
We don't waste money, right? That's what you were saying. You're saying basically when you said that women spend more, you're not saying that they spend
let me make
more
it.
on,
Let me
on-
make it.
on-
Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear because when I speak, sometimes I must be disconnected to the younger adult men. Because when I speak of men. When I was coming up, we were more logical about how we spent our money. We wasn't just out here trying to buy the latest this and that. If you could afford it, yes, you got it. But again, when you come into that crack era, a lot of those values change. Feminism took the father out the house, took the mother out the house.
How did feminism remove the father from his own house?
Hold on, time out. A lot of people didn't own houses. Well, I mean, a lot of people didn't own houses.
So how did they lose a house?
Wait a minute.
Well, so now we don't have a house. If we don't have a house, then how were we kicked out of a house that wasn't ours?
but they still had places that they were renting out. Black people were we were together at 80%.
Okay, so we were renting out a house. So
hold on.
Okay. No, I'm just putting your things together. You got to give me 1 second here. You got to give me 1 second to kind of get the aggressive of this. First, you said that black men are more logical. So if we're more logical, right, we can't be put out of a house because we're so logical that we're going to go ahead and make sure that we can get a house or a rent. So if we go somewhere and we rent, we can't be kicked out because we're too logical for that. We're going to make logical decisions that make sure that we don't get kicked out because we are logical men and we are more logical than women. The woman's going to be the one getting kicked out because she's not logical. That's the point you're trying. That's the logic you're using. So if the women,
when it comes to money,
like this, I guess what you're saying is that the government gave out handouts to black women. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they did. And everybody knows it. That's why everybody can say, I grew up in the projects.
Why
because the government
do
gave
you
your mama
feel
the
the government gave these handouts to black women?
Because they were joining the white women's plight to say we need to be out here working. When the black family had homes, it may not have been the best homes, but we had homes. We were redlined. You know this for yourself. We were redlined in certain neighborhoods, certain communities. They were isolating you to live off of Martin Luther King Way, Martin Luther King Road. That was the plight of
okay. I don't.
Living in America.
Just so everybody knows, I don't agree with what you're saying. Just so you know, but go ahead.
That's fine. But regardless of whether you agree with me or
No,
I agree with you,
I don't think it's anywhere near. I just remember. Okay, you know who Angry Man is? Probably not, right? He's a Manosphere guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know who he is.
Okay. Do you know that he freeloaded off of his baby mama who was getting Section 8?
I don't know about people's history. I don't.
Okay, but no, it's an important point I'm trying to make. If that's what you're calling getting kicked out of the house, then of course, I mean, he only got the only risk he had of getting kicked out of a house was because number one, he wasn't earning enough money to be in it.
I don't listen, guys.
Now you see my point. You're saying that black men get kicked out, but we can't get kicked out if we're making money.
But again, you talking about a certain time in our history. That was the time when a lot of these.
We're talking about whatever time you were talking about. We're talking about that time.
We were growing up in houses, 2-parent household. When I was coming up, most of even the single mamas, they lived in homes that they worked and paid for. It wasn't a lot of people moving. It was families living in the projects, regardless of where you lived in the United States. Projects was always full. It was always a family or a mother and some children moving into the projects. For the most part, black people were buying houses. Couples were together buying houses. When they realized that they can make more money sending one person out of the home, because with 2 people in the home, they're going to manage money well. But if you separate them, that's 2 separate incomes that you can get. And here we are today. We're at the biggest debt in our history ever.
Okay.
And
Wait. Let me ask you this. Do you know that black men, we are one of the biggest debts out of all of the other male groups in the United States?
Explain that.
We are, is 80 billion. Welcome, Cyber, to the stage.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello to the gentleman on the panel.
Yeah.
What's up, man? How you doing?
We're like $80 billion. Our expenses are $80 billion. And then on top of it, as you admitted, we putting each other down one every hour. That costs money. We cost the government more money. Black women don't cost that much money. That's why they want to give black women money.
No.
Because they see that black women.
Can I give a little clarity? Because I just dropped in. Black women in this country since the 1940s have always been considered the breadwinners in the families, right? Since the 1940s, black women have been the breadwinner in this country. I don't understand the sentiment that this man is trying to, portray. There are some black men who make more money than black women. Do those black men marry black women? We don't know. The statistics say that when Black women marry, let's say this. When we say dating down, we're not talking about dating down as it pertains to someone lower than you. The statistics says that when a Black woman marries a Black man, it propels her into poverty, right? So I don't understand. I don't understand what he's saying. See, he's trying to weaponize housing, supplemental income, right? He's trying to weaponize supplemental income, right? And housing. Yeah. A lot of these men live with these women, right? That no man in a home rule was on
boyfriends.
Listen, I didn't interrupt you. I'm gonna be 2 minutes less. The no man in a home rule was only for 3 years, and it wasn't across the United States. I digress.
What was the last thing you said again?
The no male in a home rule was for 3 years, and a Black woman went to the Supreme Court to abolish that. Black men didn't do that, right? Was only for 3 years, and it wasn't across state lines. It wasn't universal in the United States. It was only in certain states, right? Most of these men live in these homes with these women. And today, in 2023, Black women are the highest rising homeowners in America right now by themselves. Today, Black homelessness is affecting Black men at a high rate today. And it ranges from the ages of 18 to what he said, 40 years old. Now, he said men are more logical and immature, right? We all know that that's not true, right? Because they say it was an old time saying that girls mature faster than boys. So I want to ask him, so Black women have to wait till a man is 40 years old for him to be mature enough. So we got to wait 40 years for the man to get his shit together?
That's a good point. I'm going to let that one sit.
Okay. That is, yes, let's just say yes. You don't have to wait 40 years for none of that, because the problem is if you allow, and again, a guy that lives with a woman and takes advantage of her low income, low housing, rent or whatever, he's a lame anyway. But
you understand, Black men haven't been providers since the 40s. You understand that, right?
No, I don't. Because they was providing in the 60s and the 70s.
Wait, give me
I'm talking about 1940. I'm talking about in the 40s.
They're providing in the 60s and the 70s.
Wait, give me 1 second. 1 second. I'd like to shout out A Lady. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Tyler Perry said they can only pay the light bills. That's true. Tyler Perry did say Black men can only pay the light bills, but it's okay. And then Quita Ward says he's retarded. So Quita Ward, thank you, A Lady.
Listen,
Quita Ward. Okay.
Claudia Jones wrote a whole piece in 1940s about the problems of the Black woman. She did the research for us, ladies, that this piece, she said that ever since slavery, Black women have been the sole providers for the women and the children and the men in the household.
Who y'all think they gonna leg up her? You think, hold on, time out. So you think the powers that be will let a big 6'5", 225 God get in a position than the woman who's got voluptuous cakes all over? They're going to choose the woman every time. This is why they put so much emphasis on the women to just really do whatever and say whatever. There's no accountability put on you all based off the government. They will.
No. How is that true when Black women worked in domestic? They worked in domestic servers. There were a percentage of women that were physicians, dentists. How can you? We're talking about money here. We're talking about we're talking about money and economics, and you went straight to the woman's physical attributes. We're talking about economics. It is a known fact.
You all are money. Why wouldn't they can come?
It is a known fact. These women weren't go-go dancers in the 40s. These women were working class people.
Coming home to their husband, bringing the money,
providing for their home.
Not buying $300 shoes and $1,000 purse that they can't afford.
How do we get back over our shoes and purses?
Because it's money. It's still money being spent. However you
see,
spend
listen, we're talking about economics and the economic social structure in America. Black women have always been considered the breadwinners in the home since the 1940s. That's 20 years before the 60s, sir.
What they said, that's not true. And here's another thing. They weren't allowing those same brothers. They weren't allowing those same brothers with all the skills who knew how to build houses, who did all the skill work. They wouldn't allow them even to get opportunity.
Okay, Trey, you said it's not true. Can I look up? Can you tell me where to look for that to retort? I mean, or can you give us the source for why you say this is not true?
Say what? Say what?
You said it's not true. What she just said about the black women being the breadwinners.
Women were put in, again, what they were doing, they was doing exactly what is going on today. They were saying, put the woman on. This is only in our race where the women is put first. Only in our race, the woman is put first. They were
what?
Yes.
Okay, let's fast forward to wait, Torch. Let's fast forward to now.
I got something right here.
Tell me where the women are put first in any other races.
First what? Among wives, overall black women, those are with a 4-year college degree, those 55 to 64, those with no children are among, what does this say over here? The most likely to be the breadwinner in their marriage.
And also, Torch, even when we had Jim Crow and the segregated era, black women have been the breadwinners in the home. Black women have been holding up this community in you for over 60 years.
No.
Okay. Let's move forward to 2023, right? So after all of the laws were passed to allow this man to be successful, right? Listen, why do Hispanic men came in this country and it took less than 20 years for them to dominate industries like construction? They dominate the tire industry. All you see is Lopez tires. You see Lopez automotive. You even have Hispanic grocery stores that are thriving. Why it took less than 20 years for these Hispanic men to come in this country and outpace these men? Let's take away the black woman. Why are other nations of men who come in this country with nothing are outpacing these men in a modern time?
So who are they coming in the country with? Who are they coming into this country with?
Let me make a quick announcement. A lady says he's mad his queen bought $300 what she's saying is this.
No, not at all.
Black men. Okay, what she's saying is this, because you were asking what? These people, these men came in usually either by themselves or with their wives. That wasn't making nothing. And even with their wives in tow, not making nothing, they surpassed black men as far as earning money.
But guess what they wasn't not doing?
She wants to know how did that happen?
Because their other races of wives are not running in front of the man and say, no, take me.
See, this guy is hilarious. See, listen, you listen. Let me say something. You can't claim that this is a patriot. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna be quiet real quick. I'm gonna let him finish.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys today don't have a father in their life for whatever reason. A lot of them and they don't want to leave the comfort of the home that their mama made.
How did we get here? How did we get here?
Circle talk. I asked him a specific question about how do these men outpaced these men in less than 20 years, right? And this man said, oh, it's the woman, they not in front of him. So if you can't claim patriarchy, right?
That's true.
If you cannot claim patriarchy if all you do is look towards the woman to blame. Men are in competition with men. I asked you a specific question about men, and you diverted. Listen, you diverted to the women. His women. You don't know his women. He came in this country and provided a life for his women. They dominate all industries where black men should be dominating right now. There's no excuse why you guys are not dominating. Listen, there's no excuse why you guys are not dominating in these industries. You know what came? Pimp culture, superfly, drug dealing, gangsterism. That is what distracted you men. That is what distracted you. You think that being with other nations of women, listen, you think that being with other nations of women is reparations. There was a book, Eldridge Cleaver. Listen, Elvis, your progenitor, listen.
Wait.
Listen,
Let her finish.
Your progenitor, listen, your forefather, Eldridge Cleaver, you read his book?
Nope. My
you should. He is your progenitor, sir. He is before you. All of the men before you made this climate for you today. All of the black women who stepped up before me made the climate for black women today. Black women are excelling today. Don't get it twisted. Black women, you think all black women own supplemental benefits? You think all black women are living in housing? See, he's trying to weaponize. Listen, he's trying to weaponize. Listen, he's trying to weaponize the shortcomings of certain black women. Listen, you are trying to weaponize certain shortcomings of black women. These black women, listen, these black women who are having and bearing your children, these black women are bearing your children, right? They are in poverty. They are in poverty. See, they try to call all these guys Pookies and Ray Rays, right? They try to separate themselves from the black men that they feel are doing wrong. All of you have dropped the ball. All of you have dropped the ball. All of you.
All the men
No. Listen, my father was married to my mother for 44 years. He said he's trying to personally attack me. You don't know me, sir.
Hold on. Let's pause. Everybody, let's pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. I got a couple announcements to make. Then we're going to reset. Hold on. A lady says this: black women chose real jobs over rapping and rocks like black men. Okay, then we have EP Yoga. Thank you so much. That was from A Lady. A Lady, thank you. EP Yoga says black women have held up the community in silence for years. They want us to remain voiceless and continue to be their slaves and punching bags.
Trauma.
So I'm kind of lost here, Torch. What was the original context of the question of how we got here? Because I just jumped in. I want to stay focused.
Well, it's been quite a minute. But basically, the thing is this: I think Trey's core argument is that he feels that the community has been 50% black men, 50% black women responsibility for the way it is right now. Then I went to say, how can it be that way if, like you said, there's patriarchy, right? And that black men are supposed to be the leaders of the community. So if we are the leaders of the community, how did it get this way?
Because he want to claim the benefits of white patriarchy without doing the work. These men want to claim it without doing the work because he's a male. Because he's a male. They want to listen. I said they. It's generalized. I'm generalizing it. Okay. Well, yes, I can.
She said they. She never said he. He said they.
Okay.
Listen.
He said he wants to claim. I don't claim anything.
People
I'm seeing what's out there.
with your narrative You're not the only one who says this. So we're going to lump you with the rest of them.
You can't do that. I can lump you with the rest of them too, right?
Okay, fine. But you don't come with no facts and no receipts. They want listen. They want patriarchy. You never even read any books. Edgar Cleaver, you don't even know who that is. You don't even know who. You don't even know who Claudia Jones is. Come on, sir. Come on now.
But now you're making assumptions. You don't know what I read. I said I didn't read Eldridge Cleaver. So what? Eldridge Cleaver ain't a black man, 22 years old, walking around in the streets. Eldridge Cleaver is not a black woman right now being molested by 18, 35-year-old men.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up. Wait, hold on 1 second. So do you believe abuse by black men in the community has put any type of a toll in the black community at all? Do you believe that it might have made it harder for women?
Abuse. But when you say abuse, what do you mean? You talking about spousal abuse or just
all abuse?
Just
all abuse, spousal abuse,
but all of that puts a stain on the community. Everything that we do, whether male or female.
Okay, who was the leader of that? Who was the leader of that? Okay. So if the men are doing that, right?
What is report? Based off what's reported.
If black men, let me ask you. I got a general question I want to ask you. If black men, if we stopped abusing women and we stopped hurting each other, would the community be better?
First of all,
no.
If black men stop
nope.
I'm going to answer the question because
let them go.
What's being reported is the black man is doing these things to the sister. For those guys that's doing that, do whatever you want to do with them. Let them build a jail that they're going to serve time in. A lot of brothers don't report the abuse that they receive. It's just what it is. Even young boys, a lot of these boys are growing up being abused mentally and they don't report it. They just deal with it. Then when they get in their 20s and 30s, they start lashing out because they start reflecting on
who are these young boys being abused by?
They've been abused by their moms. Who you think? Who you think's cussing them out, telling them they ain't nothing, they ain't gonna be nothing, you just like your daddy? That's coming from a mother.
So
regardless,
you're saying that the men don't abuse their boys?
No. Most black men don't abuse their children. Most black men do not. We the best fathers in the home all day long.
Wait, so what you're saying is that black men do not abuse children?
I didn't say we didn't abuse. It's a small number. And most of those guys that abuse have been abused.
So what you're saying is this. It's because the only argument I could see you making for that, because it's weird, but what you're saying is this. Because the black man is not in the house, he's not abusing the kids. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So how do you know that it's not if there's a black woman and a black man in the house, right? Who's taking care of the kids?
Should be both, but I don't know.
I have a question. Who's responsible for the man's seed? Is the woman responsible for his seed, or is the man responsible for his seed?
The man responsible for his own seed.
So why do some men try to denigrate women who are single mothers if men are responsible for their seed?
I don't know. I don't know why they do that.
He plead the fifth. He plead the fifth all of a sudden.
But I don't know. They do it. Okay. You want me to give an answer?
Because the reason why I asked you that, the reason why, hold on, I'm going to give you some context to my question. The reason why I asked you that is because you brought up Section 8 in housing. These women have children by men who are bastardized children, right? So they have no other option to seek government assistance to house themselves. So they will not be homeless on the street with children. So you can't fault a woman for seeking government assistance for housing when she was left with a child, when you just said that the man is responsible for his seed. So he's responsible for impregnating this woman, right? Without being able to provide the necessities for this woman and that child that's going to come?
A man is responsible for his seed. A woman is responsible for her womb. Now, here's
Okay,
the crazy
well,
part.
let me ask you this though.
Yeah,
You just said the magic words. A man is responsible for his seed, and then you also said earlier tonight that men are more logical than women. So, if a man is responsible for his seed, and wait, let me finish, and then you can answer. If a man is responsible for his seed, and then a man is more responsible, because that's what you're saying, more logical, more responsible than a woman, how did we get here?
Because again, let me clarify. I'm speaking in my age group, my genre, my upbringing, how men, whether they were in a single home or not, moved during that time. We didn't go around showing our cheeks. We didn't go around disrespecting women. We all wanted to get out here and work. Whether a lot of us had jobs as teenagers, and we worked through adulthood. A lot of people my age, they're retired now. Now,
Okay, wait, let me ask you. Let me ask you this. So you're in either your early 60s or your late 50s, correct?
I'm a double nickel all day.
Okay, so did you hear when I was playing back Aaron Hall? Right?
I didn't see that video.
Okay. I need to play a little clip of it because he's in our age group. Hold on one second. I think it's important you see what a man our age sounds like.
And quick thing, I'm gonna take less than 30 seconds. Black women historically has always been modest and reserved. Always. These men created this environment. These men created this environment, right? And now they're angry about it. I digress.
What environment, ma'am? Hold up. Before the video play, you said it. Black women were modest. In my time, black women, young girls, everybody were modest in how they presented themselves. As we fast forward from the crack era, it's all changed. It's nothing modest about the way they present themselves. Most people go out, and I ain't gonna say most people, let's just get 35, 40%. Those are the people that are visual. Those are the people that are being seen. Those are the people that the world showing videos of in their country say, when you see this type of person, you get away from them. This right type of person is not going to do you any good. Regardless, all of them are clumped together. It's clumping everybody together, so you don't know who are the ones that are out here trying to do right, are the ones that's just trying to destroy the community. Because one thing I do know, and y'all know this too, you women stick together as long as it pertains to a black man. But to y'all each other, that's all y'all do is fight about frivolous stuff. Y'all, that's all y'all do. When it comes to a brother, oh, we gonna together.
You lost me. You lost me. You lost me, sir.
Okay, I do have a question. Okay. Who was out there marching for the murdered black men by police or by or lining up at the courtrooms when they felt a black man was being unjustly charged?
Oh, time out.
Who's doing
watching
that?
Now, because men and women, young men and women.
Okay, guess who voted? Guess who has voted for us the most between, when it comes to laws for black men? Guess who voted for us the most?
Who?
Black women.
Torch. Why? Because it was affecting their sons who was already lost out there.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They were voting for us. Here, let me play this clip real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to play back this clip of a man who's from our age. I want to play back this clip of the man from our age group that is logical. Here we go.
Puffy and them seen me. They know what a good woman they want a slave.
Okay, hold on.
Out there say that she handled my shit. My father's a pastor, so my whole thing is that my grandfather being a pimp, it's just like I'm third generation Aaron Hall III. My father's is Aaron Hall Jr. So I just skipped over it like checkers. The whole thing is this, is that if you never heard a girl say that no fucked up trick shit about Aaron Hall, then you understand that Let's Chill shit is some real shit.
So that was basically like from some life experience.
Now my whole thing is that I just think that girls think that a whole lot of guys, run after they shit. You know what I mean?
Talk to me. You can say what you want on there.
A whole lot of girls out there with the umbilical cords, them young 1970s, 1980s bitches.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They try to go up there with the.
He's our age. Is that how we talk? That's Aaron Hall, superstar singer, representing us 100%.
Listen, that generation.
That's our generation. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is this:
1% entertainers. You can't count them.
You're saying our generation was all respectable and everything like that, but that was a generation of pimps. That was a generation of crack dealers. That was the generations of Aaron Halls. That was the generations of Diddy's. That was the generations of Kevin Samuels. That was our generation.
Oh, another fact, Torch. Another fact. Ever since the 1940s, Black women have been the most exploited woman in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
Since slavery, the most exploited. So when this man said, listen, you got to understand about me, sir. I listen very well. He said that our bodies are the money. He's indicating and reiterating the pimp culture that's been around in the psyche of Black men for how long? Since Superfly, since the 60s?
He's reiterating the white man's culture. Who told you your body is your money? He's reiterating that culture. That's what he's reiterating.
Okay.
Because a black man can't have a brothel, but he could have been a pimp, a criminal.
What are you talking about? 4 years after slavery ended, the Black men started pimping women. What are you talking about?
Oh my God! So other races didn't have brothels?
Black men had. Listen, you just said the Black man can't do that. What are you saying?
Black men can't do anything.
You know what sharecropping was, right? Back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They didn't want to do that they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to do anything. So they started exploiting Black women.
Why they need to do that? When
they started, they had whole.
When they were inventing everything.
This guy you are disingenuous right now, sir.
Wait.
I'm a mute.
So now.
Okay, hold on one second.
No,
hold on one second.
Ask the question.
Cyber did bring up a good point. I wanted to ask you about. So, what is your thoughts about hip hop in the culture? What do you think about it?
I just had this conversation yesterday. Again,
Okay.
I grew up in a time where rap was rap. You rapped and rhymed. It wasn't about who. You wasn't putting other people down to get your voice out there. They rapped. It was good, clean music. No cursing. I think Too Short had a song that had the B word in it, and he probably said that 20-some times. His songs down. Every other word is a curse word. So hip hop has changed dramatically.
Okay, when did it change? When did you notice it changing?
Crack era. In the early 90s, it changed. It changed.
It was in the
worse.
80s too. You know that.
Well, late 80s. If you're talking late 80, 90, I attribute everything to when New Jack City came out. New Jack City told the world, here it comes. Yes, it was there, but it wasn't as prevalent as it was.
So let me ask you this.
Really
what impact do you think the hip hop culture has on the Black community?
Today,
back then, anytime. Yeah.
Back then, it had very little impact on the community because we were living in real life. Black people didn't, but we were outside. We were moving. We wasn't sitting in our own minds all day. Brothers and sisters was outside in their lane.
Wait. Let me be specific. What years are you referring to?
I'm talking 86 when I graduated. So anywhere between 80 and 86, we were outside. We were out here. We were working. Everybody young had a job at either a restaurant or somewhere. You had a summer job.
Remember that documentary from the 1980s? All these young black boys that wasn't working? Thousands? What is this guy talking about? Unemployment been high for black men since the 80s. What are you talking about?
In the city, brothers were working still. It was a lot of brothers that they wouldn't even give opportunities to. You just go into these jobs and say, I want to work. They said you either got to have that qualification.
So whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? They're hit.
It ain't the black man's fault. It ain't the black man's fault. Oh, what do you think? Okay, so here's the question I was going to ask you. What would the sisters do if all of a sudden those that are in power, because ain't none of us in power, said a sister can no longer go work in office setting? What do you think y'all gonna do?
Man, listen, black women been redlining in jobs since the 40s. But we still made a way. We still made a way to take care of our families. You guys are coming with excuses. You guys are coming with excuses. Listen, black women don't cost this country $50 billion a year. You do.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
No, they don't. They don't.
They cost the community $50 billion a year. Because guess what? If you take those public housing,
where's your source? Where's your source?
Yeah,
you look, the sources out there. You go look it up. You go look it up because you know it's there.
I didn't say it. You said it. You said it, sir. I didn't say that.
I don't have to listen. Right. The sources are there. That's why we're in the state that we are now, because those sources have been there, just like those numbers. They always been there. Ain't nothing changed, like the man said. Ain't nothing changed but the game. The players, not the game. The numbers.
See, here's her facts here. I can only bring up her facts because it's her facts. You need to bring up yours.
You can look it up all, like you can Google it all, just like
I'm looking right here. Black man report. The report is black male joblessness costs the national economy roughly $50 billion per year.
As of what year?
This came out December 8th, 2022.
Right. Now you go back, fast forward 30 years ago, it wasn't that. Because black men were putting themselves in position,
we weren't talking
even though
about
they
that.
were being blackballed.
About now.
Even though they've been, and this is the problem. It ain't just, these are the same men that were raised by their mothers.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Why are you know that we have work to do as black men? We have a lot of work to do. Why do you keep wanting to give us a pass?
I'm not giving nobody a pass.
You're giving us a pass because you keep pointing everything at the black woman when we got a lot of work to do.
So
you need to run the ball through the hole. You don't need to pass the ball.
But listen, that's all I do is run the ball through the hole because.
But what I mean is, I'm saying this as black men in general. We need to focus on running the ball through the hole, not worry about what black women are doing.
So let me give you a context of what I've done for this community over the last.
I'm not worried about that.
Years. No, because
I'm not worried about that.
Because I'm dealing with black men. I'm putting black men in spaces where they can have these conversations, and after they have this conversation, the expectation is for them to go out and run the plays that are being given to them. And the narrative is this: if you don't take that time and opportunity now to put yourself in a position where you get 30 and 40, you will live poor. Okay, you will go to the jail. Let me ask you this: you will suffer.
Why are we trying to compete with black women when we have other people to compete against?
They're competing against us. It's not. We're not competing against them.
No, black women against us. Wait. How can black women?
You know why he says that? Because black women have taken accountability, right?
No,
we are getting our money up. We are getting our health up. And we're moving the hell about the hood. And this is why he's saying we're in competition with him. He got to understand one thing. Black women in the United States have always been a double minority. What you think? We going to stay at the bottom of the curve for forever, for infinity? No, we're not. We're going to get up, get our education. This is why he's saying we're in competition with him because we're outpacing him in industry. We're outpacing him in education. We're outpacing you guys.
See how you say him? Come on now.
But this is what you're saying. You just said it, bro. Like, listen, it's not personal, dude.
Hold on.
This guy can't have a conversation.
Okay, let's take a deep breath.
I'm just
Take a deep breath.
I want you
Everybody
to
pause for
understand
1
how
second.
you said
Everybody
I was
pause.
attacking
Hold on.
you. When you
Hold
say
on.
him, it
Pause.
applies to me. So
Hold on.
say
Pause
them,
for 1
because I'm
second,
not them.
please. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. That's got you on mute for a second. Pause for 1 second. Okay. So this is the thing. Really, quite honestly, it's like this. And I have to go back to the football analogy. Why are you always bringing up what Black women are doing or have done when really all we need to do? Okay, let me ask you this. Let's take the Black women out of it completely. Let's take Black women, all of it out of it. And just Black men, there are plenty of other races and options for Black men. Plenty. A plethora of other women. If Black women did not exist in the United States, do you really feel Black men would be where they are right now still? Yes or no?
Well, I don't feel. Yes. If you take the sisters out, let's just take them out. Systematically,
Okay.
Black men would still be in the same position. You know that. Come on, man. You know that.
Okay, we
They
would be in
still
the same position. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then it's obviously they're not the problem. You just took the placebo out. They're not the problem. We're the problem. It's like this.
So how will we be the problem? Because systematically we have no voice in changing those systems.
It's like this.
You don't have a voice in
votes,
changing the laws.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's another question. Who votes better, Black men or Black women?
What do you mean by better?
Who more?
As far as choosing a candidate?
Just
Sisters
more.
vote more.
No, just more.
Sisters vote more. Black
Okay,
women vote more.
Okay, so sisters vote more, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then what are we complaining about when it comes to the government programs? If sisters vote more and they get what they want and we don't, they voted more and we didn't. Whose fault is that?
If you don't vote, you don't have a voice. You can't say anything about it.
So
And
this is my argument. This is my argument. If we don't vote, we can't complain about the government.
Can he expound on his prior comment about how are Black women in competition with Black men? Can you expound on that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm gonna go back into the history. We had 100 years where we were together. We had 100 years where when we were free from bondage, we were able to move as a unit. Man, woman, child, grandmama, granddaddy, great grandmama, granddaddy. If we wasn't related, when we got to our new home, we was all cousins and relatives. It was all together. We held that down to the late 60s. And when we said we want to go, and remember, the man was going out, the women did a lot of the work on the back end. They wasn't going out facing the brunt of the society, the problems that were being pushed on the community. The men were standing to the front. When you go to the church, the men were standing.
That's not true. That's not a historical fact, sir. Remember Ruby Bridges? Remember Ruby Bridges?
Okay, but you have one or two women,
and then you can retort.
Go ahead. If you have one or two women, that's different. I'm talking about the majority of that time. The majority of that time. Now you fast forward. A woman being a pastor is something new. It wasn't an everyday thing 40 years ago. It's something new. So women, yes, y'all developed a voice. And y'all earned that right because, again, for the most part, brothers were not either stepping up or they were killed. A lot of your cousins, a lot of your uncles, brothers, they was killed due to the community issues. Yes. So now here we are. And I guess you probably in your 30s. Yeah, I'm just,
Sir,
I
do
don't
you
know. You're
remember
fighting
the
generation.
question? Sir, do you remember the question I asked you?
No, what was the question?
I asked you to expound on why you said black women are in competition with black men. We're in 2023, and you went back to the 60s, in the 40s, in the 30s. You and not mentioning black women were lynched. Listen, you're not mentioning black women were lynched as well. Black women were put in prison as well, in jail as well. Black women were hit with water hose as well. Black women were killed as well. Miss me with the BS. I asked you, listen, answer
So
the
let me answer the
question.
question. I was watching sports, and
Expound.
I'm sorry.
Listen,
Look, I can apologize. I didn't really. I got
listen.
off track because I'm looking at.
Okay, let him go. Let him
I'm
go.
a-
Let him go.
okay.
I think he's going to do it.
As far as the competition, right? You women have been put in a position where you had to go out and take care of your families. Simple. But you all are getting jobs now that normally y'all wouldn't have got 25.
Okay, stop right there. We're gonna go slow. We're gonna go slow, like second grade. Who put black women in that position?
Y'all mothers and fathers.
Okay, Torch, I'm done.
Your mothers
I'm
and
done.
fathers. Your mothers and fathers.
You can go here and
But
lose.
okay.
Listen,
so
Torch,
okay,
I'm about to
okay,
drop
no,
because this guy is disingenuous.
No,
He don't have
because you
any
gotta look-
knowledge. His IQ is very low. So I'm gonna drop,
listen, okay.
and I'm gonna let
Well,
you
here's-
lose brain
here's-
cells with
here's
this
how it
dude.
is,
I'm
brother.
done.
So let me explain. Let me explain this. The reason why I say this.
Okay. We're listening.
Women have the children. When women have the children, they're the primary caregivers of the children, right? The father ain't there. He's a deadbeat. He left, right? He's not there. In raising those children, and I worked in the social services in the city of Chicago for 10 years. I was going to all of these projects. I was going to all of these homes. 95% of them, I'd say 99% of them had women running the homes. When I would go into homes, all I would see is disarray in the home with 1 to 2 children. I had 2 mothers, they had 25 children. And I used to ask the mothers, because that's the only person I could talk to. How did you get here? I was doing what I wanted to do. I was being reckless. Well, where's the fathers? I don't know. We were just sleeping together. We didn't really have a relationship. So from those incidents, I started to see a progression of it all across the board. I started to see a
Okay, can I ask you a question?
And then when I come to find out, yes.
Okay, so I see that you said, well, we were just sleeping together and that kind of thing about the woman, right? Saying that. So are you saying that because are you putting it on the woman that she got pregnant?
No, it's on both parties. Both people having sex. It's on both of them. It's not one person's fault. It's the two parties. A man should protect his seed.
Who's the leader in a relationship, the man or the woman?
Are we talking relationships, right?
Yeah, I didn't say marriage, just relationship.
So it should be the man. If you're in a relationship, but again, a lot of the men.
So even if they're not married, right? And even if they're just having sex, right?
Yes.
So the man's the lead even in casual sex, correct?
No.
Why?
Not every time, because a lot of times those men are just taking advantage of the opportunity presented to them. Because
okay, go ahead. Finish.
Women choose who they want to have sex with. They're not having sex with every guy that say, "Hey, girl, you look good. I want to talk to you." They're not doing it. They choosing a guy, and a lot of times it's the same type of guy. The garbage man, they don't want him. The plumber, they don't want him. The dude working at the car dealership, they don't want him. They want the dude that can give them that time. A lot of these dudes are sneaky links. A lot of these dudes ain't in relationships. They sneaky links.
Let me ask you this:
a boy.
Why are you making?
a boy?
But they're still men, though, right?
By age, but not mentally.
Wait, let me ask you this: Is a sneaky link more logical than an average black woman? Are you saying that?
No,
Okay, then you just were saying that black men are more logical than black women, but now the sneaky link ain't.
At a
He's
certain
still black.
age.
He's
I
still
need
black,
to clarify.
right?
I need to clarify. But if
Okay,
a man,
now we
just
have
like
caveat.
when they get close to 40, well, no, because when a man get close to 40, that's his age of reasoning. Just like when you look at the history of all of our leaders that were killed, they all were killed before the age of 40 because they understood that they were ready to unleash their true power and their true destiny. And that's why a lot of brothers get so
but
caught.
still, I mean, men are men. I mean, men become men at 21, right?
But only in only in America was this, and I'm not for it, but only in America was this thing even put on for men really to be monogamous because they didn't want to see Big Long John coming over here slanging and banging all his women, so they had to put a limit on. No, you can't have more than one wife.
Okay,
Only
let
in
me ask you
America.
this. Who is the most
Every other
promiscuous
country
man in
is
the
not the
United
same.
States? What race of men are the most promiscuous in the United States?
The black men, just like the black women are the most promiscuous women.
No, actually, they're not.
Okay.
The Caucasian woman beats out black women by a double.
That's by the numbers.
No,
but it's more them than us. But if you're taking the same amount of numbers,
the bottom line,
the numbers.
The bottom line is this: is that black women are less promiscuous than most other white women. So you were wrong.
So hold
because
on.
you can see it. In fact,
so how's that? Okay, how's that so? 80%
the thumbnail
of
of this,
75% are born
the
out of women.
thumbnail of this live stream is literally the graph of sexual activity that black men have. See, the thing is this is my theory.
So how do men have access to more than one
Can
man?
I kick out my theory real quick? Can I kick out my theory real quick? The problem that we initially have had over our history here in the United States, whether it was designed through slavery or whatever, by being bucks or whatever you want to call it, you can think of any excuse. But the bottom line is this. Black men, we are way, way too sexually active right now. We are way too sexually active. We are spending too much time. You get a 24-hour pie every day. 8 hours is sleep. 8 hours is supposed to be for work. Okay. Then we only have another 8 hours left, right? We have the opportunity to spend that 8 hours on the grind or 8 hours chasing after booty. By the graph, we're spending most of that time chasing after booty.
And most of those dudes are born out of wedlock, without a father in the home.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is
so
this is where we are now.
Who's raising these sexual deviant children? Who's raising them? Regardless, if you wanted to change these sexual deviant children having all this sex.
Basically, it's okay. So what you're saying is this: is that just because the dude left the woman with the kids, she gets the blame.
A lot of times they didn't. Okay. You can go 50-50. Half the dudes was in the relationship, the other half wasn't. Not everybody. A lot of these guys weren't even in relationships with these women.
What percentage of that?
So the man should have about
because
40,
it takes 9 months to have a kid, right?
Yes. And they have sex for 2-3 weeks, and that was it.
So whose fault that she got pregnant and got stuck with the kid?
Both of them's fault, the man and the woman. Because like you said,
okay, wait, who's the leader? Who's the leader? Who's the default leader in the black community? Male or female?
Default leader?
Who's the default leader? Who is supposed to be the default leader in the who makes the decisions on whether a woman gets pregnant or not?
Hold up, the men should, but those same leadership responsibilities and those same should be coming from a husband and wife point of view, not just two people having sex.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this a different way. Okay. Can a woman force you to make her pregnant?
No.
Okay. So then,
just like a man can't force a woman to have sex.
To make her pregnant, if a woman cannot force you to make her pregnant, then how is it her fault that if a man makes her pregnant?
I just said it's both parties' fault.
No, well,
it's not. It's his fault because one, he needs to protect
but I'm
his
going
son.
beyond that. What I'm saying is this.
Why is she giving him access to his?
There's a point where I mean, in a team loss, you can either blame your quarterback, blame your blockers, or blame something, or you can take responsibility and just improve yourself. Correct?
Correct.
Then why don't we just do that as a community? Why don't we just do that as men?
And this is what I'm saying. If you believe that is so, this is what you have to tell the man consistently. But these men are these women's brothers and cousins. They all living in the same life. Yes, they should get it. But a lot of these men today didn't hear the voice of another man. They didn't hear the voice of their
just
father.
take responsibility instead of making excuses?
So, okay. So what you're saying is this: for the brothers who ain't in this position, go tell them.
What position are you referring to?
To take the position of leadership. Tell those brothers, because the only way men can really be leaders, and this is what I tell the men, the only way you can really be a leader is you can't focus on the woman. You got to focus on yourself. You got to set yourself up in a position. And it may take years. It may take 10 years. And ain't no 10 million brothers coming out of high school going to be millionaires. No, it's a 1%. It's already set up. It's only going to be less than 1% of y'all to ever get to that level income-wise.
So let's define what you mean as focusing on yourself. You said focusing on yourself. Is that correct?
Focus on yourself. A brother right now coming out of high school.
He focuses on himself, and do you believe he should abstain as well?
Say it again. Yes, he should abstain. He should abstain. He should not.
I agree.
But again,
I agree that a black man should do this. He should focus on himself, on building himself. Correct. He should focus on himself and build himself, and then he has to abstain because number one, we will know that dating is a distraction in general for everybody. Okay, so if you're focusing on yourself and you're building yourself, right? That's what should happen. The problem is that's not happening. So how do we make that happen? How do we make black men abstain?
Okay. So now, so this is where it comes funky. So now you telling people to defy nature. We the only species that will think of this type of logic, to defy nature.
Well, defying nature is, think about it like this. When you build a house, you're defying nature by building a house.
Men are sexually, but we talking the physical point from a man and woman. Because guess what? Women are hornier than men.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then.
Women want to have
Why
sex
is
more
it
than
that other
women?
races of men can defy nature better than we can?
They're getting married. That's why.
No,
they're putting marriage over having a baby.
Wait. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying here. They're able to defy nature. They're able not to make people pregnant as much as we do.
They're having sex. Other races are getting abortion. They're not.
No, but you don't understand.
The Parenthood wouldn't put that for black women.
You're not understand what I'm saying. We have sex the most. You just said you just agreed to that. Why can't we have sex, but the least? Still not defying nature, still having sex, but the least. Why can't we do that?
Because
why do we have to have the most sex?
Wait a minute. I want to make sure I understand. We don't have to do anything, but when it's laid out in your face all day, every day, most of these guys ain't even have to work for nothing. They can just say a few words, pull up with a blunt, and they banging all these chicks. So yes, it's going to be a community of brothers that are going to take advantage of that.
Okay, yes. So what you're saying is that we by XY cannot change. We cannot lower the graph to a manageable point where we are spending more time building than banging. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it can happen on both parties, the women or the men.
No, I mean, the women are
women
supposed to
are
be
the men.
submissive. Being submissive to
They're
a lot
not.
of these men, being submissive to a lot of these men is having sex with them. So
But why?
if we focus on ourselves, like you said, and we focus on not having sex but being successful, wouldn't that improve the outcome?
And guess what? Almost every guy that you can name that has focused on himself and became successful, he has a plethora of women butt naked in his face whenever he wants to.
So what does that
You're
have to do?
asking those type of men. But you're asking the type of man. But you're asking men to define what nature is.
Wait.
You say
wait.
Just like celibacy.
No. You're trying to make it our nature to be the most promiscuous men on earth. I'm asking you why.
I'm not trying to say that we should be the most promiscuous men on earth.
But we are. So how do we change that?
This is, again, for a young man who's basically in, let's just say any young man, he's in his sexual prime, he's in the best physical health he should be in the best psychological health, but that varies because a lot of brothers are having the same trauma that everybody has.
But now I'm not asking for an excuse. I'm asking for an answer. I'm asking for a result.
But a brother's going to have to put himself in that position and go with it.
I'm asking for a solution. I'm not asking for an excuse.
Focus on yourself. Get whatever skill set you need.
But I'm asking for a solution, not an excuse. Why do we have to be the most sexually active male on earth?
We don't have to be. People are
we are. So what can we do about that?
Ask the women to stop giving it up.
No. Because see, then
tell them stop giving it up.
That is not going to
they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop having sex. The women are not going to stop having sex.
So what you're saying is this. Men, we can't. You're basically in so many words saying that we can't control ourselves because women are not. I just asked you before. I said, "Can women force us to have sex?" And you said no.
Right, but most men are not getting sex like that.
If we abstain, it doesn't matter what the woman wants.
It's not in a man's nature to abstain like that. That's why you don't run into too many men.
It's not in a man's nature, but why do we have to be number one?
Hey, that's what the numbers say. Who's to say that we are really number one?
We are number one.
That's what, because ain't no black people going around taking all these stats.
If we were like Asian men, we would be getting Asian results.
And if the women were like Asian women, we would be getting Asian results. So it falls on both of us.
No, wait a minute. You just said men, wait a minute. Men, we are the leaders, right? That's what you're saying, right? If men are the leaders, if we are, right? By theory.
We should be, but we're not.
Nothing a woman can make us do. Nothing. So if we,
that's correct. There's nothing a woman can make a man do.
If our sexual dependency, because come on, let's face it, that's what it is, reduced to what an Asian man's sexual dependency is, we would be getting Asian results.
But Asians are having babies in marriage. They're not out here just having a boyfriend.
Not the point.
They don't have boyfriends.
That's not the point.
So how can we have those same results if we're not getting married?
That's not the point. The point is that we are having too much sex and not enough effort.
Hold up. So when you say that, when you say we, you are applying that to both male and female, right?
No, it's the black women are fine. Their numbers are
fine. How
are
they fine? Hold on, time out. Okay, help.
Okay.
Explain to me how they fine
I can do that. I can do that.
Because, wait a minute,
Okay, you want me to explain or do you want to talk?
Because when most women have children, they have.
Do you
2 or
want
3
me to
baby
explain
daddies.
it or do you want to just talk?
Yes, explain it, because I
Black
don't see how
women,
men.
black women are 1/3 as promiscuous as black men are. They are half as promiscuous as Caucasian women are.
Oh my God,
That's,
no.
the number, they get pregnant more. Okay.
By the
But
numbers,
when
it's more them
at the
than
end
us.
of the day, okay, those are numbers that anybody will accept. We're pumping and dumping. We're the ones doing the pumping and dumping. Of course, think about it. Who wants to kick out somebody out of the house who can pay the bills, okay, and put food on the table? Unless they're getting hands and feet on them, that's another complicated thing. But let's say the guy's just, let's put it this way. When a woman gets pregnant and has a kid, she has a kid. She ain't looking for nobody else. So who in the most cases are leaving?
The father.
You want to believe
Because in most cases he can't even stay there.
believe that the woman kicks a man out of his house or his apartment. I can't go for that.
I didn't say I want to believe that women kick men out of the house. I'm saying that
I mean, that's what you're saying before.
A lot of these situations, they're not even in relationships. That's what I'm saying. They're not even in the boyfriend, girlfriend. A lot of them are just having sex.
And then that brings me back to the.
So you can't blame
So then it brings me back to the fact that then why is it okay? Number one, the guy doesn't have to be at the woman's house at all. Number two, he doesn't have to. He can wear a condom. 3, he can. Yeah, 1 and 2. I don't even need to go to 3. He doesn't have to make her pregnant. He does not have to make her pregnant. Now, the best thing is just not even to be in the room. I think you're trying to make it sound like a guy goes over there a couple times, gets careless, and makes her pregnant.
No, I'm talking about a guy who goes over because he's invited to come over there when the kids are asleep, and he's able to do whatever he wants to do at his leisure. These people are not in relationship.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what made him not put on? What made him not put on a condom?
His low level thinking, his lack of parental guidance, his low level thinking, and lack of parental guidance.
Speaking adults, where's the parental guidance from? His peers should be telling him to wrap up, right?
But his peers grew up in the same type of home. They all had the same type of atmosphere. This is a new phenomenon. This wasn't the norm back when I was coming out of school. I'm talking.
So what you're saying is this: we're back to the point where you're blaming it on the woman because she's the only one left, even though the guy was the one who made her pregnant. You see this
guy the guy who made that.
You can't blame the woman. You can't blame the woman. She's a running back. She's not a quarterback, and she's not the coach.
Let's do this. So let's give her one.
Wait, did that sink in? Before you talk, did you understand what I just said?
Yeah, she's the running back.
She's not the running back, and she's not the coach. So if the plays are bad, who's at fault?
They parents.
No,
the crack arrow parents are at fault.
No. We are talking about real time.
Real time? Both parties are at fault.
It's like this. Real time
are at fault.
Real time is this. A man and a woman get together. The man is like, hey, I'm horny, let's go.
And she goes.
Why doesn't he lead? Okay. Why doesn't he, even if it's just for a night or two, why doesn't he just lead and simply say, hey, you know something? I'm going to either wrap up, strap up, or we can't do it. Why can't he do that? Why does he have to raw dog? because that's the only way we got these kids.
But that's what he should.
Well, then he should do it. Then we should focus on this. This is what we should focus on. We should focus on telling men to wrap up or get out.
That's all I've been telling men. That's all I tell men. That's all I tell
And it should be men telling men to do that, not women telling men. Men should be telling men to do that.
Why would a woman tell him when they're gonna have sex with him? If he's coming over, she gonna have sex with him, knowing that he might have had sex with her friend. She's still gonna have sex with him. I can give a woman one child. I can give a woman, you can say, yeah, we was high school. Because think about it. A lot of them have babies by the time they're 16. So that means they were screwing in high school over somebody's house, over his mama house or they mama.
Why don't we just see, the thing is this. You got to we got a couple chess pieces on here, and there's I think you're in a checkmate situation. I'll tell you why. We have one situation here where if men are let me explain it. I need about a minute or two. Okay, let me talk. If men are really more logical than women, men would understand that it's more logical not to make a woman pregnant. It doesn't matter how that man grows up or whatever, because different men have grown up. We've been, let's put it this way. We've been having it hard since slavery. Okay. So the thing is this, I don't care the source of where we will never agree on the source of the problem. I can see that right now. I don't care about that. What is the solution? What can we tell men to do that will make them not make women pregnant, that they don't want to make pregnant?
Again, the only thing I tell men, not the only thing, but one of the biggest things I've been telling men over the last 10 years is this. 18, 19, coming out of school. The worst thing you can do is have a child out of wedlock. You will live poor. You will live in the worst neighborhoods. You will deal with the worst of everything. You will put yourself in a position where you can go to jail because you cannot afford the lifestyle of yourself and taking care of a child at age 18 and 19. A lot of brothers, when they do have these children, a lot of them are same age, 1 or 2 years older than the female, if not, for the most part. Now, I'm talking about the cases where...
Wait, can you say that again? Can you say that again?
A lot of the brothers are 1 or 2 years older than the girl, are not the same age of these women when they having these babies.
No, most of the teen, most teen pregnancies are from older men.
No, these older guys.
Yeah.
What again?
Yeah. 24 and above.
Okay, 24. Low level thinking. A lot of these guys come from single homes.
They're still men. They're still men making little girls pregnant.
But listen, a lot of these numbers, a lot of them are not really truthful numbers. We always gonna get the bad numbers. We got to go with race in the country.
I mean, Kevin Samuels use numbers all the time.
But we got the worst numbers. We got the worst numbers in everything. Well, regardless.
No, we got the best numbers in sexual partners. That's what we're good at.
But it's a small number of men making all of these babies.
And look at it. I mean, not only that, but the proof's in the pudding. Look how many kids we got out there. So my question is
a small number of men.
My question is this.
Number of men are making most of the babies.
Instead of us going back and forth about numbers and shit, what do you think in a short sentence is the solution for Black men to stop making Black women pregnant?
To go out, see the world, stop focusing on women in general, at least until you're able to get to a place mentally where you can deal with women, whether it's financially, whether it's emotionally. Until then, if you don't take yourself out of these, get yourself to a broader perspective, you're only going to stay limited to your condition. And that's where a lot of brothers are falling apart. They are afraid to move around in the world. This is the greatest time for a brother to go see the world. That is it. If not, living in America, you will struggle as an adult. It don't matter what age you is. If you don't get the right career, if you don't focus on saving money at an early age, you're going to struggle because you're buying the same stuff in America that keeps us poor. So this is for a brother, sister. Somebody gonna have to get them straight. But if they're listening to the older women, it's gonna get worse.
Okay, let me
That's
ask
all
you
I'm
this:
saying.
why should they get any better if the black men are doing worse than they are?
They got to get better for their own existence, not for the men. Take the men out of it. They still got to get better for their own existence because other races, they'll sow their raw oats with the system, but they ain't marrying the sisters. And when they marry the sister, they marrying the finest ones with the natural hair, with the nice bodies. They ain't marrying the ones that weigh 100.
You don't know anything about that. I do.
Okay. It's a small number.
I know about the white culture. I know about the non-black culture.
Those are regular dudes. Those are regular dudes working regular jobs that are married.
I know about it. You want to know how I know?
Profile dudes.
You want to know how I know?
Profile dudes ain't married.
You want to know how I know? I grew up in a white community and I have 2 sisters. I've seen every dynamic as dating dynamic when it comes to black, white men and white men and black women.
Are they married? I'm only looking at marriage.
Yeah, they're both.
Everybody got relationships.
Let me finish. Okay, I've seen that dynamic. Believe it or not, the type of black women you name, Caucasian men, they're not really into that. They don't do the Caucasian men. Believe it or not, they're not deep into that colorism shit, straight hair and all that kind of shit. They can get that from a white woman. When they date a black woman and they know it's a black woman, they dating a black woman. I've seen most of the white men even back in the 80s when I was DJing in Berkeley, right? There was a club down the street. You should have seen these proud white men, even back then, white Caucasian men proud to be with the gorgeous African, fully featured African, dark skin, afro, the whole bit.
Dark skin.
Yep. Dark skin, afro, the whole bit. And they was proud to be with the women.
Nice body. Nice body. So you prove a point.
No, not necessarily. They might have been just see now you're getting too sexual. Now you're getting too sexual. These men were with these. I am telling you exactly from knowledge and evidence, okay, and experience. These men might have been with a black woman that was super thin or just averagely shaped or whatever. Okay. The thing is this: what's keeping black women from being with white men is black women not wanting to be with white men. That's it.
Could you repeat that?
This is why there are 230 million Caucasian men in the United States. There are only 20 million black men. The only reason we can take out 200 million Caucasian men and say they're all not checking for black women. Okay, let's do that. That's most of the Caucasian men. You still have 30 million Caucasian men that are checking for black women. The only reason they are not checking for black women is because black women ain't checking for them. If black women today said, F it, I'm going, if all black women in our community said, F it, I'm going to divest, they would have absolutely no problem. The only problem they would have is if, depending on what cultural aspect of the black community you were in, whether you were in super hard hood or in a middle class black or whatever, the interpretations of caucasity over black caucasity. That's it. Otherwise, that's it.
So, brother, where does the majority of the African American population reside?
The majority right now, obviously, black women want black men to their detriment.
Where the majority of the African American culture reside? What part of the countries?
What part of the country?
Yeah, do most black people live?
South.
South. Most of us live in the South. So obviously, most of us want each other. Most black people want each other. The higher you go up on the educational level, the higher you go up on the job market is when we start marrying out of race. How you go?
I think I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
We're only about 2% more. We marry out 2% more because when brothers go up in status,
black men marry out at double the rate of black women.
No, it's not double. It's only about a few percent.
No, it's double. It's double. It's double.
Double, brother. It's not double.
Look, they used to. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Maybe a couple years ago, it was close, but now it's double.
It's not double. It's only a few percent. As of 2021, 22, it's like 4 or 5%.
41, 22. It's not even that high. What are you talking about?
The people who marry outside of race.
It's not 21 or 22%.
No, I said it's only a few. 20. It's only like 21.
Out at.
I said it's only a few percent. It's only like 2 or 3% difference in the people.
Which race
as far as gender?
How long are the black men?
Black men.
Okay, no, that's not it. Hold on one second. Well, let me reword this. Okay, 25% for black men. %. Told you. 25. 25% black men, 12% black women.
So the numbers I got as of, what was that? It's saying ages. So it's like overall it's 21%.
It's double. Black men marry out double. 25 versus 12.
As you go up the ladder. And yes, those brothers, for the most part, they've sort of pushed it. They did what you said.
It is what it is. I'm just looking at the numbers. I mean, I can't really. We can't really break it down any more than it is. It's black men marry out at 25%
as a whole,
and black women marry out at 12%. Though there's more black women. Black women, there's what, 1 million or 2 million more black women than black men?
But here's the thing. And here's the thing though. Men outside of our for the most part, outside of our own community, black men are valued more in other race of women. They're not looked upon as the same.
Where did you get that myth? Where did you please tell me where you got that myth?
Go read it.
Huh?
I'm gonna have to get contact.
No, from what I was told, black men are the most swiped left on dating apps. So
as they go up.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know what you're trying to. I don't know what you're trying to do here. What I'm saying is this.
And this is a new phenomenon.
This is a new phenomenon. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Basically, first you said that black women and black men marry out about the same. Now, I said it was double, and I was right. It was double. Okay. Black men marry out at double the rate black women do, even though there are more options for black women outside of the community. I told you that was because black women, to their detriment, are loyal to the black men.
But they're not being chosen either.
No, it's not that.
They're not being chosen.
They don't want it. They don't want it. They just no. You don't seem to get it. If you they're not being chosen because they're not choosing. They're not choosing. They don't want to be chosen. That's the problem. if quite honestly, if you want to blame, let's say you want to blame the black woman, right? Let's say you want to blame the black. Let's blame the black woman for a minute. Everybody in the chat, let's blame the black woman for a minute.
I don't blame
Let's
the black
fully
woman.
blame the black woman for a minute. The solution for the black woman then would be to date out. Because that would
marry
be
out.
it.
Don't
Because I
date.
tell you why,
Marry.
and I tell you why. Let me finish what I'm saying. The best solution for a black woman, if you're gonna blame the black woman, would be to date out, because other races of men aren't going to make them pregnant. Other races of men are more careful with their seed. Other races of men know they don't want 18 years around somebody that they don't want. That's what's going down. So if we even if we want to blame black women for everything, okay, it still comes back to us. I just blamed all black women right now. Okay, I just blame, but if they date out, they see better results in the state they are in right now. In the state they are in right this minute. Because other cultures of men don't make their women as pregnant as we do. We are the king of pregnancies. So why I'm saying this is not to tell women, oh yeah, you got to date out, you got to date. No. What I'm saying is we need to be more disciplined ourselves. We need to instill discipline in all men. We need to find a way to do that and stop blaming women. Because it's up to us. They are not going to get pregnant. They are not going to get pregnant unless we make them pregnant.
It falls on both parties.
No, we can't worry about that. We can't worry about that shit.
But you have to, because
if I don't want a woman, okay, let me break it down like this. If I want to go have sex with a woman that I know I don't want to be around, number one, that's stupid. But let me get past that, and let's say I do it anyway. The best thing I can do for both people involved is be a man and not make her pregnant. And stop worrying about the other side of did she take her pill? Well, she shouldn't. I hope she's responsible. I hope she's not going to make me. She's not going to allow me to make her pregnant because, no. It's up to us. If we don't do it, if you keep saying, well, on the other side, no, don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. You said it earlier, you were right when you said we should not worry about women. We should not worry about them. We should focus on not making them pregnant.
But you just said they should just go celibate for the most part. Then
us. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about. See, the thing is this:
none of these adults are going to stop having sex.
You want to take care of a gender you're not supposed to be responsible for.
Because I have a daughter, and I don't want her having no babies.
You should be responsible for her, but that's it.
I don't want her having no babies by these little bastard children
right.
out here.
Well, see, now that's fine. That's fine. So, you can call them little bastards or whatever you want to do. But what you should do is tell them little bastards how they keep their pee-pee in their pants. Teach them how to keep their pee-pee in their pants, and you won't have to worry about your daughter. Do you see what I'm saying?
But me telling them,
I
see exactly what you're saying.
You heard me.
I heard exactly what you're saying. I'm with what you're saying. But the reality is, when they go back home to their single parent home and they can have their girlfriend spend the night and have sex during school days, and they can go over their girlfriend's house with the mama there, and they can do all these things.
See, the thing is, this is what you want to do. Is if you have influence on these young men, you want to be able to influence them not to bring that woman over and go raw dog.
and it's the dynamic.
Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do that?
I do it. I'll do it.
Okay,
I
so
can
if
say
you're doing
that
it, then just do the best you can.
No,
That's all
I'm
we
doing
can
better.
ask.
I'm doing
We
better
can't
than the
ask you to
best
do
I
more
can.
than what you can do, but you can only
I'm
do
doing
that.
better. But here's
Do
the
you see what I'm
thing. The
saying?
only way that I can make that work, brother, I hear exactly what you're saying. But the only way, now this is the crazy part. The only way that I've been able to make that work, I had to get the parents to get on board to what I'm saying.
You're not they're gonna be whatever they're gonna be. They're grown too.
But if the parent doesn't get on board, it's a lost cause because a
Okay, then you
parent
go
is
on to the
a
next.
child's great influence.
Then you go on to the next.
I do that, but
Okay,
still,
then you've done your job.
But the ones that we leave
The last thing
behind,
we need
they
to
the ones
do,
that's go
the
rob
last
and
thing we need to
kill.
do is worry about what the women are doing. What we need to do is focus on
The
trying to
ones
teach
that's
the
left
men,
behind,
since they weren't trained. You said they weren't taught, so we need to try to teach the men how to keep their money in their pocket and their PP in their pocket.
and
That's it.
and
It's
that's
that
the
simple.
focus, and that takes years.
Because remember, what are we going to say next? If you say you tried to tell women what to do, you're going to say they don't listen. Well, they don't listen. But women have women to get instruction from. They don't need us.
But the young ladies listen. The young ladies listen better than the boys. The young ladies that I
Wait a
have
minute,
in a
wait
group
a
of
minute.
15,
Okay, but didn't you just
they
tell me
listen
before
better than the
that
boys.
men are more logical than men? I mean, men are more logical than women, but now you're telling me that women have more sense than men, which means that women are more logical.
As long as when they get the right information, they all have a chance, opportunity to be more logical. But a lot of times,
Okay, so let me ask you this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to ask you this. Do you believe that women are more receptive to instruction than men?
I think the younger they are, the younger they
Okay.
are, and it flips the other way as they get older. When they're younger, you catch a young lady, 10, 12, who's having issues and still trying to struggle with her identity. If you can give her some good righteous information, then for the most part, she'll run with that, and you will see her become the
So
beautiful
when do
swan
you
that
see
she
this
set up to
flipping?
be. When I see it flipping,
Yeah.
by the time about 30, 25, 30 years old, it starts to change. But it only changed to the people who
Okay.
put themselves in position to see different and do different.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up,
times,
but let me ask you this: if what makes you think that with all the effery that's going on and that in the Black community and Black men that are I mean, the bottom line is this: where the source of these Black men are coming from, it doesn't matter. They're still out there. So how are you saying they're more logical, but then at the same time saying that they're ruining the community because they don't have two parents or whatever?
most of them are more logical as it comes to their personal being, because that's how we got started. When it comes to especially, okay, let's just take a man that's working, a single man that's working. He's taking care of his. He understands that I can't be out here just living reckless, or I'll be out on the street. The guy that's out there, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about that young guy that's working, that's trying to build his legacy according to wherever he is, 20, 21, 22. He understands that I can't just be out here doing reckless stuff. I have to go to work. I have to pay my bills. So I'm going to be out on the street. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because the numbers don't bear that. At 20, 21, 22.
Because you're not going to get the true numbers. These young men are not out here champion.
That's right in the middle of that's 20, 21, 22. That's like literally right in the middle of our murder zone. That's literally the where men are putting each other down the most in that area. You don't. I mean, the thing is this. You don't. I understand what you're saying as far as the numbers are skewed by the news industry and all that kind of stuff. But do you know that you can actually look up the exact numbers of every and each deletion in each city? If you wanted to, you can look at the numbers of the police reports and everything.
Yes. I've spent years, like I said,
we're the M kings.
Right.
We're the deletion kings.
But we're also the kings.
You know something that's even more important to me. that's even more important to me than the that's even more important to me than the pregnancy kings that we are as well. Is the deletions kings? We need to reduce the deletions kings. Now, well, we're going to blame women for that too.
The only way that that's going to change is if men come together on all age groups and say, we're going to go hand in hand down to our courts and say, we need these laws to change. To at some point in a child's life, the child custody laws need to change. The child support laws need to change in a sense. And I'm not saying
in what way would you like them to change? Because already, if a man, men who go in to try to get custody, they win at 60%. So what else do you want?
So so if they win in at 60%, so it seems like that 60% is allowing their sons to get out and live reckless. No, you said we leave in murder rates. In most of those situations where most of those guys come from single parent homes. A lot of them, more than half, come from single parent homes.
No, but you just said, okay, so which parent do you want to have the kid?
The father.
You just said you want child custody. How do we get on custody?
When the son's scrotum sac drop, when his scrotum sac separates from his body, and this is what other countries do. He is no longer property of his mother. He should automatically default to the father, regardless of whatever situation the father.
Wait. So you're saying that the son should go to the father?
Once his scrotum sac separates from his body, because a mother can no longer show him into manhood. This ain't the old mothers of your time.
Let me ask you this.
These are new mothers.
Why do you think they haven't done that yet?
Because of our murder rate. Boys.
No. That has nothing
to do. Why do you
with
think the men haven't done
your scrotum theory. Why haven't they used your scrotum theory yet?
Who, the men or the women?
Government.
Because they understand that if our children, male and female, were allowed, for the most part, to be in let's just take away public housing. Now everybody, you got to be together. If they understand that, if they were put these young children in situations where they can be relevant, where they can have the passion.
I thought you were just on child's. Okay, what happened? Wait.
This all plays into it.
I need you to help me out with something.
But this all plays into it.
We were just talking about. You were just saying custody.
It all plays into
you
it.
meant that the father should get custody. If the father is trying to get custody, he's not a couple.
But that's what I'm saying. If they're going to continue to keep this dynamic,
now you're talking a two-family home, but they're not in a two-family home.
Exactly. So in the case that they're not, let me go back to that. So in the case that they're not, it should automatically default to the father. The father should be able to get the same resources that a mother would get. And not saying that you just take the child out of the house.
I mean, no. I will say this. When a father gets a child, he has the same access to resources. Ask Halle Berry.
She has a white husband. That doesn't count.
No, she doesn't have a white husband. She's a single mother, per se, who has to pay $30,000 a month to her ex who had her kid.
Wasn't her husband a white guy that had the baby?
No, he wasn't a husband, though. He was never a husband.
But it doesn't. So I'm not speaking in reference to him. They're gonna always get the favor. The brother ain't gonna get the favor. He gonna always, even if he has a child, the mother it's not often.
Okay,
the percentages are very low when it comes to fathers.
Yeah,
right, but I don't only look at us. I don't look at other races.
He may not get as much, but he's going to get something, because that's why, what's her name? Well, there's so many of them. But anyway, this is the point I'm trying to get to. Okay, you brought up child custody, and you think it should go to the man. Okay, I assume that's the boy. Okay, because the girl, do you think the girl should go to the man too?
At some point, yes. Because a father can help.
All kids should go to the man.
Not all kids. There are situations where, especially when it comes to abusive homes. And
oh my God.
Not all kids. There's situations where it doesn't apply. If there's any type of sexual
I
abuse,
know the answer.
or
I know the answer
physical
to this,
abuse,
but I'm going to ask you anyway. Do you know why the United States doesn't do that?
Why?
They found out it was detrimental to the children. You know,
Wow.
you know how I know? You know how I know?
How do you know?
I used to work IT for a family court. 2/3, most of the time, the dudes don't even want the kids.
Because they wasn't in a relationship, or they wasn't.
They either whatever you want to call it. Bottom line is they don't want the kids. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter why.
Hold on.
No. The key is this.
Help me understand.
It doesn't matter why. Okay, but the dudes didn't want the kids. That's why 90% of the time the women get the kids, is because 90% of the time the dudes are like, whatever. That's how that goes down. I know that because I had to do research for a live stream that I did months ago with Gemini.
So what you're saying is?
So the bottom line is it's detrimental. And have you seen the amount of time especially when there's a third party or like a stepdaughter involved, the results are not great with us. We're not great at that. So the thing is this, that the United States has decided that in most cases, the kids are safer with the mother at the very least in the very beginning of their lives.
But brother, they understand the detriment that they could cause long term too. They understand that. They know it's a lot that when a lot of these kids start growing up,
if black men were, as long as we've been around, if black men were better fathers, we'd be better fathers by now. It would cost the country less, and they would make it clear they would make it clear they would give the kids to what's ever going to cost the government less. We didn't do it.
But we were better fathers until the crack era came along.
No,
we're
not that great. That thing about being the best fathers and all that stuff, that's what's 1% of us. That was a 1% sample size. It wasn't anything else. Somebody else told you the wrong information.
So
that was a 1% sample size. Because we can't be the best fathers if we ain't around.
Okay. But those numbers, no, that's not true.
What's not true? What's not true?
Black men are the most involved.
Yeah, most involved. Okay, did you look at the test? I know what you're talking about. Intimately, I know what you're talking about. Did you look at the sample size of the test? It was a test. It wasn't like let me break it down. It's not like they took all 300 million people or whoever's men in the United States and compared us. They took a 3,000, maybe $10,000 chunk of people, and they measured it by that only.
But that's how they do most tests anyway.
No.
The same numbers that you get when they talk about anything, they sample.
Oh my God.
1,000 people.
No.
You know it. You know that's how they do the test.
Let me find that stat.
Why are you looking for it? Let me just say this. This is probably the most fun I've ever had on one of these YouTube channels. And, I appreciate everything. So we're going to lose until we come together, regardless. Whatever stats you're looking for.
That I agree with.
Whatever points, until we come together, we're going to lose. And we're going to go into the millennium. I hope these young people can survive this, because if not, they're going to struggle. They're not building America for Black people to move into new apartments and new houses. No, it's not happening. So until we can come together and put our differences aside, this is going to be worse than this in 2025, 2050.
Okay.
It's going to be worse.
So I agree with you. Okay, so it was taken out of a chunk of 2.5 million Black fathers.
That's a big number. That's a big number.
Okay, we're looking in itself. That's it. That's it.
But that's a big number.
2.5 million. How many people are in the United States?
Over 250 million, 260 million.
Right.
But that's still a big number.
And wait, but we're only looking at 2.5 million of a chunk.
That's still a big number. Most tests are done with 1,000, 1,500, 3,000 people. And they apply that to the numbers.
2.5 million, it's still not going to work.
That's a lie.
I'm telling you.
That's a lie. In our community, it's a lie.
Wait. You're not looking at a couple small morsels here. It's only 2.5 million, not 25 million, okay? It's only 10% of Black fathers. On top of that, it's only the fathers that were involved with their kids, not the ones that weren't. So they're only counting the guys that are involved with their kids being the best fathers, not the ones that aren't. So let me ask you this.
But how do you know? Let me ask you this. So what percentage? I think it's like, I want to say 80% of women are single mothers. So if I do some hard math, 80% are single mothers, 80% of 22. Let's round that off to about 17, 18 million. So basically 2.5 minus 15. So there's 15 million. There's 15 million options. I mean, there's 15 million of the 2.5 million. I mean, of the 17 or 18 million. Oh shit, that's right. That complicates things because there's 25% of Black men that are dating out. So it's even worse. Involved fathers.
It's actually even worse. What I'm saying is this. Okay. 2.5 million. Okay. Out of what? Let's say 20 million Black men. Does that sound
it's
good?
More women than men. So.
Does that sound
about
good?
15.
Wait. 2.5 million, right?
It's more women than men.
Wait. No, you're not getting my point. I'm not worried about the women.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds good. Million. Wait, 2.5 million. So that's 10% of Black men are the best fathers. The rest ain't even around.
But those numbers are skewed because they didn't measure every father involved. They took a certain number and then they apply it to the masses like they do all of these polls and tests. They take 1% of white folks and say, this is the way we feel about that. If 10 people say no and everybody else say yes, okay, this is what the majority say. So those numbers, sometimes they skew. They don't get a reality. It's just the reality.
See, what you don't understand is they can be skewed both ways. Just like this, like a lot of, I remember I used to use this thing. Well, when they say 30% of Black men are in prison, it's like, damn, that's like 1 in 3 Black men. Shit. And then I said, well, how about all the men that are innocent? And then I thought about it and said to myself, well, how about the ones that didn't get caught?
Right. So the men that are not polled, they don't. They.
In other words, in other words, it is what it is.
Right. The numbers are skewed. So
no, I'm telling you the numbers. What I'm saying is that even if they skew the numbers, enough of the variables from the opposite side even it out. Do you see what I'm saying? Let me go over that one more time. 30% of Black men have been incarcerated. Well, how about the ones that were not supposed to be incarcerated because they were innocent, but they were made guilty? That's fine. But so let's take I'm going to be generous and take out 5%. So we're only down to 25%. But then I got to turn around and say, well, how about all of those guys like Diddy and other men who didn't get caught and incarcerated when they should have? then I got to put the 5% back in. So it's like skewed, but then unskewed. Does that make sense to you?
Oh my God. It all makes sense to me. It all makes sense.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand,
it all makes
because
sense.
that's my theory on things being skewed. Let's just put it that way. Is that they're skewed, but not really.
But even with those even with those tests, even with those numbers, in one hand, the numbers and the polls say what they say, but then when you go to these actual communities and you start talking to these people that are there, you'll get a totally different story. We're not ever going to be looked at in a bright light.
So let me ask you this:
always going to be worse than any other race in America, whether it's true or false.
Let me ask you this: if we made the best fathers, and we were involved at a much higher rate than you believe, I believe they are, right? Then why is the community still the way it is?
Because we are not in the leadership position. It goes back to what you say. So technically we are the leaders, but we're not in that position. Because they don't value the black man's voice of old. They do not value our voice.
Who doesn't value the black man's voice?
The society as a whole.
Okay, why
does not value our voice.
Why don't they do that?
I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know why. I can't speak for them. I just know that our voices are not valued. This is now that man just been given a space because we've been quiet and just accepting what we've been getting.
Society making us delete each other?
I would say no. I would say some conditions are, but I wouldn't say society. But there would be a large.
Okay, what percentage do you believe those conditions are causing this issue?
About 30%.
So you're saying that the conditions we are in, as far as deleting each other 1 an hour, right? Mm-hmm. You're saying society is 30% responsible, correct?
It's gonna take responsibility. Yep. And then you can take the other 60 and split it up. Male.
No, it's 70%.
70. Take the 70 and split it down the middle.
Split it down the middle between who?
Men and women.
See, there you go again.
Men and women. Because women are going to get some of the same pitfalls that men do.
Men are shooting men at 1 an hour. Women are not shooting men at 1 an hour. There's no way you can blame women for what men are doing to men.
So let me ask you this question.
Women, if anything, if women were involved less, there would probably be more deletions.
So let me ask you this question.
It would probably be more like 2 an hour.
So let me ask you this question.
Because I don't know about you, but every time I see a man fighting and his woman's with him, his woman's trying to get him to go back to the car.
So again, let me ask you this question. You're around my age, right? You somewhere in there.
Yep. Very close.
And it was still motherhoods back then, right?
Say again?
Right? It was still single motherhood back. It was still single mothers back when we were younger, right?
Of course. Single mother has been around ever since slavery.
Right. Okay, so let me ask you this. And I didn't see this in my computer. Maybe other people said they saw it. You had a mother raising 6 and 7 kids, big boys, 12 shoes, 6'4", 6'5". For the most part, either all of them or the exception of one may have went on to do things and be successful in life, whatever it is. They went on to be productive citizens.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are women generally violent?
Today, yeah. Today, oh yeah, they'll fight. They'll fight. And it's crazy.
No.
Because
Okay,
yes,
so what you're
I mean,
saying, are you saying that women are more violent than men?
they're more violent towards each other. And they
If
violent
that
towards
was the
men because they
case,
know.
wait. I got to stop you for a minute. If that was the case, wouldn't women be deleting each other at 1 an hour?
Yeah.
They're not.
Of course. They don't have to. They don't have to because a man
No,
will
they're
do it
not.
for them.
No,
A
they're
man will do
simply
it for
not.
them.
No, you
A
don't
man will do
understand.
it for them.
Oh my God.
A brother in love with a sister
No.
would kill everybody, including his mama.
Let me break something down to you. There is not one metric that says that women are more violent than men. There's just none.
They gonna study that? You think they're gonna study that? No, they're not.
But no.
Women show against each other.
God.
They fight
It
against
seems
each
like
other.
every time
Only time they
you
don't
always bring
fight
the
each other
government
is
into
when
it.
it comes
You
to
always
men.
bring the media or the government into bro. Let me break it down like this. Women are historically, women are not as violent. Black women are not as violent.
Historically, we're talking
Historically,
today.
what I
No.
mean is since slavery and
Today,
now,
yes.
Black women have never been. No, we can go all the way back to Africa. Black women don't start the wars.
Black men ain't starting no war either.
Men start most wars. Men kill most men.
Black men ain't starting no
How
wars
in the
either.
world did you get to this point in your life where you think women are more violent? I can't believe it. Please read the stats. We are putting each other down. Brothers are putting each other down 1 an hour. You are distracting yourself from the core of the issue. If you remove Black men from the community would not be as violent. If you remove Black women from the community will be more violent.
But that's why the community is in the state that it is, because the Black men are not in the community. These are the same guys
Black
that was
men
raised.
are in the community. That's what. Who do you think? You can't.
They're raised by the same mothers. These are the same 30-year-olds who's.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Brother, these are the same guys who've been in the community. Oh my God.
They're in the community. How do you think they deleted each other? They didn't delete each other in Bel Air.
Because they've been fighting with each other for 30 years. These are the same people that these guys be fighting each other since their parents was kids. I've seen it firsthand. When your mama's telling you to go fight somebody.
It's still men. There's still men being violent.
Raised by women, not raised by men.
Most
not
women
raised by men.
Okay, you want to know something? You want a secret? Most women raised men in all races.
So we don't the only race that suffer with that logic, with that technique. We the only race that suffer. So
the thing is
somewhere.
The thing is this. The problem you're having is you're trying to win a narrative that is losing by blaming
I'm not trying to win
people.
for myself.
Let me finish by blaming a group of people, okay, that if you ignored them and did what you needed to do would not be a factor. If Black men right now, okay, let's take the Black women out and replace them with white men and women in the community. Not one Black woman in the community, right? But a whole bunch of white women dating and marrying and whatever with Black men, even though Black men leave white women pregnant and single as well. Okay, but we're going to go with that. We're going to go with that. Do you really believe if white women were in this community that the community would be better?
And you saying in the community with Black men?
With Black men. Just Black men and white women, that's it.
Would it be better? Probably. I don't know. Probably. I think it would be, because most Black men, they sort of change their demeanor when they get with a.
So what you're saying is that Black men, wait. So what you're saying is that Black men change when they date or marry white women. Is that correct?
Both do. Men and the women change. Yes, they change. They change. Yes, both men and the women
and
change.
I assume they change for the better.
And guess what? Becky ain't going for no regular dude either. She going for the high dude with all the money. She ain't going for no regular.
Wait. We're still on black men and white women. That's it.
Yeah, he'll change. He's going to change.
He's going to change for a white woman, but he won't change for a black woman.
That's what they're doing out there. That's what they're doing.
So what you're saying is that black men will change for a white woman, but will not change for a black woman.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
And that's what. No, I'm not going to argue that.
That's what they're doing.
So you're saying that if black men, so generally it's like this. If black men changed, the community would be better. Correct?
Correct. If black men just stick together, we just have to stick together on one cause to make things better.
But okay. I think we got to an agreement. I can't believe it.
Because most brothers ain't doing it. Most brothers ain't out there reckless. You're talking about a certain group of men, a group of men who's been raised and groomed over the last 30 years.
How much do you think a black man would change dating a white woman? How much better would he be by percentage?
Probably about 50%.
Give me a rough.
About
what? 50%.
About 50%.
So he would be 50% of a better man if he was with a white woman in the community because he changed, correct?
Correct. But let me say this also, just so people don't get it twisted. I ain't never dated outside my race.
No, I understand. No.
I just want to make that in context.
This is all hypothetical.
Right. I just want to say that because
I understand this is all hypothetical. I am not saying we're thinking outside. We're thinking outside the box.
And that's how I'm thinking. I don't want people to think, oh, he's like that. No, I don't like nothing white but my teeth and my t-shirt. So
I understand.
I have no desire to step out.
No, we are thinking outside the box. That is all we are doing.
Black queen goddess. But just like both parties change. I can see it every day. Both parties change when they step outside their race. They change. They become a little more docile. They're not as arrogant. They're not as aggressive when they do certain things. A brother will change so much, he'll shave his mustache. I've never trusted a brother without a mustache. And just like a sister, she'll be in the best shape ever. She ain't gonna balloon to no 220 pounds. It ain't happening. She gonna slim down for that man. And that's all I'm saying. We have to fix this together. It ain't on the man's part. It ain't on the woman's part. This is where we are when the strongest of our generation, that 21 to 40-year-old, they're struggling to even have any type of relationship, build any type of communication, build any type of legacy for their children. They're fighting over BS.
All right.
The world is still passing. So
I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. I've been on here longer than I wanted.
Appreciate you, man. I appreciate
Trey,
this, man.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your information. I appreciate that. You're more than welcome to come back.
Appreciate it, man. On what days you up? You up on Mondays?
Well, this one I was, but yeah, I'm usually around on Mondays. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Look, I have no ill will. I take this iron sharpening iron. We need these type of conversations because we're losing right now. The world is passing us by in America, so we just got to get better. And that's all I'm saying.
I agree 150% to that. Absolutely.
So I appreciate everybody. And all the little ladies out there, I'm married, so you can't have me because I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm one of those. Yeah, I'm one of them. And my wife is too. So I appreciate you, brother. I'll be back, man.
Okay, you have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Luna. Money work.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming through. In the house, New Diamond, Steve, Rena, Mistress Ruby.
Se arregla con dinero.
Indiana Mom. Miss RV.
Money work, si me quiero educar. Dormir en algún lugar. Un lugar para trabajar. Y si no hay, pues emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienes lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios no nos ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
Oh, I'd like to thank everyone for the super chats. Thank you so much. Let me keep it going.
Money work, corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work.
It's the Black Female.
El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money work, money work, money work, money work. Se arregla con dinero.
All right, everyone.
Money work.
See you on the next one.
Lunático.